My fiancé announced, "I bet my friends $10 you'd still marry me after I cheated." I said, "You're gonna win." Then I married her sister instead. She had to pay up at what should have been our reception. I, 29 male, overheard the conversation that ended my 5-year relationship in the most bizarre way possible. My fiancée Desiree, 27, was wine drunk with her 3 best friends in our backyard, not knowing I'd come home early from my shift. "So when are you telling him?" That was her friend Melody. Desiree laughed. "After the wedding, obviously. That's when the bet ends." "I still can't believe you wagered 10 grand that he'd marry you even if you cheated," another voice said. Sounded like Tamara. "Please, have you met Ethan? Man's so desperate to lock me down, I could probably bang someone in our bed and he'd still go through with it. Besides, I already did the hard part. 3 months with Rodrigo and this idiot hasn't noticed shit." My stomach dropped. Rodrigo was her spin instructor. "But what if he finds out before?" the third friend, Iris, asked. "Then I lose 10 grand. But he won't. Boy's too trusting. Plus my sister Colette keeps covering for me. She thinks she's protecting my happiness or whatever. Family loyalty and all that BS." I stood frozen behind the screen door. "Show them the video again," Melody giggled. I heard phone sounds, then male grunting and Desiree's very distinctive laugh. My hand was already on my phone, recording everything. $10,000, ladies. Easiest money I'll ever make. We get married in 8 weeks. I collect my cash at the reception, then maybe I'll tell him. Or not. Depends if Rodrigo's still fun. They clinked glasses. I backed away, went to my car, and sat there for an hour processing. Then I texted my best friend Jerome, "Need to borrow your spare room. We'll explain later." The next morning, I acted normal. Kissed Desiree goodbye, went to work but actually met with Colette at a coffee shop. "Your sister's cheating on me," I said the moment she sat down. Colette went pale. "Ethan, she said it was over. She promised me." "You knew?" She broke down, told me everything. The affair started 4 months ago, not 3. She'd caught them at Rodrigo's apartment when she went to return Desiree's gym bag. Desiree convinced her that she'd end it, that she just needed to get it out of her system before marriage. "I'm so sorry, I thought I was protecting your future together." She swore she loved you. She bet her friends 10 grand I'd still marry her even if I cheated. Colette's face went from pale to furious. "She what?" I showed her the recording. She listened, hands shaking. "That bitch," she whispered. Then louder. "That absolute bitch. I've been covering for her, lying to you, feeling guilty, and she's treating it like a game?" "Help me," I said simply. "Whatever you need." The plan formed quickly. Colette was single, gorgeous, and just as pissed as I was. We both wanted Desiree to face consequences, and we found the perfect way. Update 1. Holy shit. You guys were right about keeping documentation. I've got everything now. So after meeting with Colette, we started phase 1, intelligence gathering. Colette pretended to be supportive of Desiree's affair, saying she understood and wanted to help. Desiree, being the narcissist she is, ate it up. Started telling Colette everything. The gym schedule meetups, the hotel receipts she hid, even showed her nudes Rodrigo sent. Meanwhile, I played the devoted fiancé, increased my wedding enthusiasm to 11. Started posting countdown posts on Instagram, 42 days until I marry my dream girl. Gag. But here's where it gets juicy. Desiree's friends raised the stakes. Since I seemed extra devoted, they each threw in another $2,000. So now Desiree stood to win $16 if she pulled this off. Melody even said, "Should we make it 20? This is too easy." Desiree's response? "Nah, I don't want to take all your money. I'm not heartless." The audacity. Last week, Colette and I started hanging out publicly. Nothing suspicious, just bonding over wedding planning since Desiree's so busy with work. We'd get coffee, go over venue details, taste cakes, normal wedding prep stuff that Desiree was too stressed to handle. Desiree was thrilled. "I'm so glad you two are getting along. Family's so important." Yeah, about that. The chemistry between Colette and me was unexpected. She's everything Desiree isn't. Genuine, caring, actually interested in my work. I'm a veterinary technician. Not glamorous, but I love it. We weren't faking the connection for revenge anymore. It was real. 3 nights ago, Desiree came home late, hair messy, makeup smudged. "Spin class was intense," she said, kissing my cheek. I smiled. "You work so hard, babe. Hey, your sister wants to know if you picked the bridesmaid dress color?" Tell her whatever matches her skin tone. I trust her judgment. Will do. Love you too, sucker. I mean, sweetie. She actually said that. Actually said it. Weddings in 6 weeks. This is gonna be epic. Update 2. Shit escalated fast. First, Desiree got cocky. Started taking bigger risks. Had Rodrigo pick her up from our apartment. In his distinctive yellow Camaro. Our neighbor Mrs. Patterson saw everything and asked me if we were having car trouble since a young man was driving Desiree around. Oh, that's her coworker, carpooling to save the environment, I said with my biggest smile. Mrs. Patterson didn't buy it, but bless her, she patted my hand sympathetically. Then came the family dinner disaster. Desiree's parents invited everyone over to celebrate the upcoming wedding. Her mom, Gloria, had made this whole photo display of Desiree growing up, ending with our engagement photos. Halfway through dinner, Desiree gets a text and literally giggles. Work emergency? Her dad asked. Yeah, sure, work. She was tipsy and not even trying. Under the table, Colette showed me her phone. Desiree had accidentally sent the text to their sister group chat, instead of just Rodrigo. Can't wait for round 2 tonight, Daddy. Her mom's phone was in that chat. Gloria's face went from confused to horrified to carefully blank in about 3 seconds. She looked at me, then at Desiree, who was still texting and smiling. Oblivious. Ethan, honey, could you help me in the kitchen? Gloria asked. In the kitchen, she broke down. I'm so sorry, I raised her better than this. You don't deserve. It's not your fault. Are you gonna call off the wedding? I looked her dead in the eyes. The wedding is definitely happening. Everyone's already flying in. Would be a shame to waste all that planning. She studied my face, then slowly smiled. Colette's been helping a lot with preparations, hasn't she? She's been amazing. Good, that's good. She squeezed my hand. Team Ethan, sweetie. Whatever happens. Later that night, Desiree had the nerve to complain about dinner. God, my family's so boring. 3 more weeks and we can skip these dinners for a while. I told Melody we'd go to Cabo for a girls' trip right after the honeymoon. With what money? I asked innocently. She grinned. Oh, I've got a surprise windfall coming. Don't worry about it. Can't wait to hear about it. You will, babe. At the reception, it's gonna be hilarious. I smiled back. I'm sure it will be. Meanwhile, Colette and I had filed for a marriage license in the next state over. Perfectly legal, just needed to wait the required period. T-minus 21 days. Update 3. Monday before the wedding. Shit got real. Desiree's friends threw her a surprise bachelorette party Sunday night. Except it wasn't a surprise for me because Colette was invited and kept me informed. They went to a club downtown. Desiree got wasted, like held up by 2 people wasted. And guess who happened to be at the same club? Rodrigo and his boys. Baby, she screamed across the VIP section. In front of everyone. Jumped on him, made out with him, grinding on him on the dance floor while wearing a bride-to-be sash. Melody live-streamed parts of it on Instagram before realizing maybe that was evidence and deleted it. Too bad I already screen-recorded everything from Colette's phone. But here's the best part. Tamara got cold feet about the bet. Des, maybe we should call it off. This is getting cruel. Desiree's response? Cruel? Please, he should be grateful I'm even marrying his boring ass. Do you know how many times I've had to pretend to care about sick dogs and cat surgeries? I deserve this money. But what if? What if nothing? The wedding's in 5 days. Invitations went out. His family's flying in from across the country. Catering's paid. You think he's gonna call it off now? Please, man doesn't have the balls. Iris laughed. Remember when you tested him? Came home with a hickey and said it was a curling iron burn? And he believed it. Literally held ice on it for me. They all laughed. Colette excused herself to the bathroom and sent me everything. Tuesday, things got complicated. Desiree's ex, Marcus, reached out to me. Yeah, that Marcus, the one she dated before me. Found me on LinkedIn of all places. Bro, heard you're marrying Des, just wanted to warn you. She pulled the same shit with me. Cheated, made bets with her friends about it. I found out after she'd already won $5,000 that I'd forgive her. Don't be me. We met for beers. He showed me old text threads. Same friend group, same type of bets, just smaller amounts back then. She called you her practice run, I told him. Of course she did. Let me guess, she's betting you'll stay even after cheating? Marry her, actually. Damn, inflation hit her bets too. He laughed bitterly. You gonna run? Oh, I'm definitely showing up to the wedding. He studied my face. You got something planned. Let's just say she's not the only one who can make bets. Can I come to the wedding? Absolutely. Wednesday, Desiree panicked. Not about the affair, about her dress. It's too tight. The seamstress fucked up. She was screaming at everyone. The seamstress, her mom, Colette, me. Everyone's fault but hers that she'd been stress eating and drinking for weeks. The seamstress performed miracles and let it out. Desiree never even thanked her. That night, she cuddled up to me in bed. Sorry I've been such a bridezilla, I'm just nervous. I love you so much. Love you too, I lied. After we're married, things will be different. Better, I promise. I'm sure they will be. She fell asleep smiling, probably dreaming of her 16K. Thursday, yesterday, the families arrived. My parents, siblings, cousins, everyone. They all knew. I'd told them everything. My mom especially was livid but played it cool. Desiree, you look radiant, Mom said at the rehearsal dinner. Thanks, I'm so excited to officially be family. Yes, well, you'll definitely be part of a memorable day. Dad pulled me aside. You sure about this, son? Never been more sure of anything. Good man, your grandmother would be proud. The rehearsal itself was hilarious. Desiree kept texting during it. The priest actually had to ask her to put her phone away during her own wedding rehearsal. Sorry, Father, work emergency. Rodrigo must be one hell of a work emergency. Her friends were all there, already counting their money. Melody whispered to Tamara, easiest 16 grand we'll ever make. Colette, standing as maid of honor, caught my eye and winked. Tomorrow's the big day. Everything's in place. The marriage license with Colette is valid as of midnight tonight. The prenup, Desiree refused to sign because that's not romantic, would have protected her. Now she gets nothing. My uncle, who's also a lawyer, is ready. The DJ has special instructions. The photographer has been briefed. Desiree's last texts to Rodrigo tonight, yes, Colette's still monitoring. Last night of freedom, then I'm 16,000 richer and we can get that place together. Ethan will never know. Oh, I know. And tomorrow everyone will know. Wedding's at 2 p.m. Can't wait. Final update. I'm writing this from my honeymoon suite. Just not with who you'd expect. The morning started normally. Desiree was at the hotel getting ready with her bridesmaids. I was with my groomsmen at Jerome's place. At 11 a.m. Colette texted me. She's already drinking champagne and texting Rodrigo about their future apartment. At noon I put on my tux, looked in the mirror, smiled. At 1 p.m. Colette left the bridal suite, claiming she needed to check on the flowers. She met me at the courthouse where my uncle was waiting. Quick ceremony, just us, the judge, and Jerome as witness. Kissed my new wife and headed to the church. At 1:45 p.m., guests were seated. 200 people. The Bet Squad, Melody, Tamara, and Iris, sat together, practically vibrating with excitement. At 2 p.m., music started. Groomsmen walked. Bridesmaids walked. Colette, as maid of honor, walked, but instead of standing on Desiree's side, she came and stood next to me. Confused murmurs. Then came Desiree. She looked beautiful, I'll give her that, smiling like she'd won the lottery. Which in her mind, she had. She reached the altar, handed her bouquet to no one because Colette was standing by me. What are you doing? She hissed at Colette. Standing by my husband, Colette said clearly. The entire church gasped. What? I took the mic from the priest. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. There's been a slight change in plans. Desiree's face went from white to red to purple. See, 3 months ago, I discovered my fiancé was having an affair. But that's not even the interesting part. She bet her friends $16,000 that I'd still marry her even if I cheated. She was right about one thing. There was definitely going to be a wedding today. I turned to the projector screen we'd set up for the slideshow of memories. Jerome, hit it. The recording from that first night played. Everyone heard everything. The bet, the affair, calling me pathetic, the whole thing. Desiree lunged for the laptop. 2 of my cousins blocked her. Turn it off. Oh, we're just getting started. Next came the Instagram live footage from her bachelorette party, making out with Rodrigo while wearing her bride sash, then screenshots of texts, including the one from last night about getting an apartment with Rodrigo with Ethan's money. That's fake. He's making it up. Des, your mom's in that group chat too, Colette said sweetly. She can verify. Gloria stood up. It's real. I've seen it all. The crowd was in chaos. Some people were recording, others leaving, most just staring in shock. Now, I continued, about that bet. Desiree, you need to pay up. See, you bet I'd marry you despite the cheating. I didn't. I married your sister an hour ago, so technically, you lost. You can't do that. That's illegal. My uncle stood up. Actually, it's perfectly legal. They got their license in another state, waited the required period, and there's no law against marrying your ex-fiancé's sister. Melody shouted. We're not paying. The bet was a joke. A joke? I pulled out my phone. I have Venmo requests from all of you to Desiree's account with wedding bet in the description. Your own paper trail, ladies. Iris started crying. Tamara tried to sneak out but was blocked by my cousin at the door. Pay up now, or my lawyer uncle here starts filing fraud charges. Your choice. One by one, they pulled out their phones. The beautiful sound of Venmo notifications filled the church. But Desiree wasn't done. You planned this. You humiliated me. You humiliated yourself. I just gave you the audience you seemed to want. She turned to Colette. You bitch, my own sister. You called me last week to laugh about how stupid Ethan was, Colette said calmly. You said I was pathetic for not being able to keep a man. You used me as your alibi while you fucked your spin instructor. Sister? You don't know the meaning of the word. Then Rodrigo stood up. Yeah, he was there. In the back. Yo, Des, this is too much drama for me. We're done. What? Baby, no. You said you were getting 16 grand. You said we were getting an apartment. Now you're broke and single? Nah, I'm out. He left. Desiree collapsed on the altar steps, sobbing. Her dad walked up, helped her stand. Let's go, Desiree. Daddy, do something. I am. I'm taking you home. And Monday, you're moving out. Your mother and I are done enabling this behavior. They left. The friends slunk out. Most of the guests were in shock. I turned to the remaining crowd. Now, who wants to celebrate an actual marriage built on trust and love? Reception's still paid for. Tout the DJ started playing Before He Cheats, and about half the guests stayed, including Marcus, who bought us our first round. That was fucking beautiful, man, he said, toasting us. The reception was amazing. Colette and I had our first dance to That's What You Get, her choice. Perfect. My mom gave a speech about waiting for the right person, even if they're standing right next to the wrong one. The cake? We'd switched it Thursday night. Instead of the elegant 3-tier Desiree picked, it was a 2-tier with a topper of a bride and groom and a tiny figure being kicked off the cake. The bakery nailed it. It's been 3 days. Colette and I are in Cabo. Yes, the trip Desiree planned to take with her girls using her bet money. We used the tickets Desiree had already bought since they were in Colette's name too, family booking. The fallout has been insane. Desiree tried to claim we stole her honeymoon, but the booking was under my card, so... Nope. She's been posting about being betrayed by blood, but everyone saw the video, so she's getting roasted in the comments. Melody, Tamara, and Iris are fighting about whose fault it was to make the bet traceable. Rodrigo apparently already has a new girlfriend, the receptionist at the gym. Gloria sent us a beautiful wedding gift with a note, for the couple who actually deserves happiness. Desiree had to move back in with her parents, who are charging her rent. The venue coordinator offered us a discount on our anniversary party next year because that was the most entertainment we've ever had at a wedding. But the best update? Desiree had to pay out the $16 bet, which we donated to a local animal shelter in her name. They sent her a thank you card with pictures of all the dogs her generous donation helped. She blocked us after that. As for Colette and me, what started as revenge turned into something real. We're taking it slow, going to couples counseling to make sure we're building something healthy. We both went through trauma, her having a narcissist sister, me being cheated on, and we're working through it together. My only regret? Not seeing the red flags sooner. Like when Desiree made me skip my dog's surgery to attend her friend's birthday. Or when she called my job playing with animals. Or when she literally said her ex was too poor to keep her interested. To everyone asking if I feel bad, no, she made a bet that I was too pathetic to leave. She lost that bet in the most public way possible. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. To everyone saying Colette and I won't last, maybe. Maybe not, but at least we're starting honest. And to Desiree, who I know is reading this, your spin instructor has a girlfriend now. Your friends are broke and hate you. Your family is disappointed. You're living in your childhood bedroom at 27. Meanwhile, I'm on a beach with your sister who's a better person than you'll ever be. Bet you didn't see that coming. P.S. The priest said it was the most memorable wedding he'd officiated in 30 years. He's using it as a cautionary tale in his pre-marriage counseling sessions now. P.P.S. Mrs. Patterson sent us a lovely card saying I knew that boy in the yellow car was trouble. She also included cookies. P.P.S. Desiree, your mom says hi from the beach. Yeah, she's here too. Surprise family vacation. Without you. My fiancé texted, wedding's still on, but I'm spending the last few nights before with my ex for closure. I replied, do what you need to do. Then I called the venue and canceled everything. She found out at her bachelorette party when the venue called her about the cancellation, and then I, 29 male, got the text from my fiancée Brooke, 27, on a Wednesday afternoon while I was at work. We were supposed to get married that Saturday. 3 days away. The full message read, hey babe, just wanted to be transparent with you. Derek reached out and we've been talking. He's going through a rough time with his dad's cancer diagnosis and needs support. I'm going to spend Thursday and Friday night at his place, just for closure before our big day. Nothing will happen, I promise. The wedding's still on. Love you. Derek. Her ex of 4 years who she'd sworn she was completely over when we started dating 2 years ago. I read it 3 times. Then I typed back, do what you need to do. She responded immediately, OMG, you're the best. I knew you'd understand. This is why I'm marrying you. So mature and secure. Can't wait to be your wife on Saturday. I put my phone down and stared at my computer screen for about 5 minutes. Then I picked it back up and started making calls. First call, the venue. Hi, this is Thomas Reed. I have a wedding booked for this Saturday. I need to cancel it. The coordinator sounded shocked. Oh my, is everything okay? You'll lose your deposit. That's fine. Cancel everything. The catering, the flowers, the DJ, all of it. Sir, are you sure? That's nearly, I'm sure. Please process the cancellation immediately. Second call, the honeymoon resort in Hawaii. Canceled. Lost another deposit. Didn't care. Third call, my best man Jordan. Dude, wedding's off. Can you let the groomsmen know? What happened? I forwarded him the text. He was quiet for a long moment. Then, she really thought you'd be cool with that. Apparently. What do you need me to do? Already handled it. Just let the guys know. By 6 p.m. everything was canceled. I'd already moved my stuff out of our apartment while she was at work. Her bachelorette party was that night, convenient timing. I'd only taken what was mine. Left her engagement ring on the kitchen counter with a sticky note. For closure. The beauty of it? Brooke's maid of honor, Gretchen, worked at the venue as an events assistant. She wasn't working that day, but her coworker would definitely mention the cancellation when it processed through their system. I turned off my phone and went to Jordan's place to wait. Update 1. The explosion started at exactly 9:23 p.m. Jordan was monitoring social media. I'd blocked everyone preemptively. According to him, Gretchen had posted a story from the bachelorette party, them all in matching bride tribe shirts at some rooftop bar. Happy, celebrating, oblivious. Then at 9:23, the venue's after-hours system sent an automated confirmation email to Brooke about the cancellation. She'd insisted on being copied on all vendor communications to stay organized. Jordan showed me Gretchen's next story, posted at 9:31. Emergency. Does anyone know where Tom is? The texts to Jordan started at 9:35. I had him screenshot everything for entertainment purposes. Gretchen, is Tom with you? Brooke is freaking out. Yeah, he's here. The venue says he canceled everything? This has to be a mistake, right? No mistake. OMG, why? Ask Brooke about Derek. Radio silence for 20 minutes. Then, she says you're overreacting and ruining her life over nothing. Cool story. She's literally sobbing. Sucks to suck. The next wave came from Brooke's mom, Helen. 17 missed calls to Jordan's phone. She didn't have his number before, but apparently got it from someone. The voicemails were gold. This is ridiculous. The wedding is in 3 days. You tell that boy to answer his phone right now. We have family flying in from across the country. He's being a child. Brooke did nothing wrong. We're going to sue him for the deposits. Good luck with that, Helen. Everything was in my name. But here's where it gets really good. Around 11 p.m., Derek himself started texting Jordan. How did all these people get his number? Bro, tell Tom this is all a misunderstanding. Brooke was just being nice because my dad's sick. Nothing was gonna happen. He's really gonna throw away everything over 2 nights? Tell him to be reasonable. Jordan just kept responding with, my guy, you literally texted the groom that you were gonna spend 2 nights with his bride before the wedding. What did you think would happen? It's not like that. It's exactly like that. Brooke said he was cool with it. Does he seem cool with it? The best part? Brooke's cousin posted a video from the bachelorette party aftermath. Brooke was sitting on the bathroom floor of the bar, still in her bride-to-be tiara, mascara everywhere, while her friends tried to console her. Someone in the background said, maybe Derek can help, and Brooke screamed. Derek is why this is happening. So much for nothing was going to happen. Update 2 Thursday morning. The day Brooke was supposed to go to Derek's for her first night of closure. I woke up to Jordan showing me his phone. Brooke had made a public Facebook post at 3 a.m. To everyone coming to celebrate our wedding this Saturday, it is with a heavy heart that I announce the wedding has been postponed due to Tom's mental health crisis. He's struggling with severe anxiety and paranoia, even making false accusations about me. I'm committed to standing by him through this difficult time as we get him the help he needs. Please keep him in your prayers. Mental health crisis? Paranoia? 2 could play at that game. I made my first and only public response, posted the screenshot of her original text about Derek, followed by, no mental health crisis, no paranoia. Brooke informed me she'd be spending the 2 nights before our wedding with her ex-boyfriend. I wished her well and canceled the wedding. Simple as that. Also, Derek's dad isn't sick. He posted photos from his golf tournament yesterday. Do what you will with that information. The comments were instant chaos. But Thursday afternoon brought the real circus to town. Brooke showed up at Jordan's apartment with reinforcements. Helen, her dad Roger, Gretchen, and Derek. They actually brought Derek. Jordan filmed it through his Ring doorbell with my permission to share. Helen immediately started, Thomas Reed, you open this door right now. We need to discuss this like adults. Son, I don't know what kind of game you're playing, but you're gonna fix this. Do you know how much we've spent? Tommy, please, you're not being rational. Just talk to me. Derek, this absolute clown, goes, bro, come on, don't do her like this. Jordan's voice through the speaker, did you seriously bring the dude she was gonna spend 2 nights with to convince him to take her back? Silence. Then Brooke, it wasn't like that. Then what was it like? I needed to make sure there were no unresolved feelings before I got married. And were there? Longer silence. That's irrelevant. It's extremely relevant. Roger tried a different approach. Look, we have 150 guests coming. The rehearsal dinner is tomorrow. You can't do this. He already did. Then Derek tried to step up. If I could just explain to Tom man to man. My brother, you are literally the last person who should be here right now. Gretchen finally spoke up. Brooke, maybe we should go. Brooke lost it. No, he doesn't get to do this. He doesn't get to humiliate me like this. Tommy, I know you're in there. You're being pathetic. You're going to regret this for the rest of your life. I was doing you a favor by marrying you. A favor. There it was. Anything else? Helen, we're going to make sure everyone knows what kind of person he really is. Cool. Tom already posted the receipts. Anything else? They stood there for another 10 minutes making threats before building security showed up and escorted them out. But the Thursday night update was the best. Brooke went to Derek's apartment anyway. Posted a story from his couch with wine glasses visible. Sometimes the universe shows you where you're really meant to be. Guess the wedding being canceled didn't affect those closure plans. Update 3 Friday morning started with a call from the country club where the rehearsal dinner was supposed to be. Brooke was there with Helen, demanding they honor the reservation even though I'd canceled it. The manager called me because I was the account holder. Mr. Reed, there seems to be some confusion. Miss Patterson is here insisting the dinner is still happening. There's no confusion. It's canceled. She's saying she'll pay for it herself. That's fine, but it needs to be a new reservation. The Reed Patterson rehearsal dinner is canceled. Understood. Oh, and sir, she asked us to charge your card for her new reservation. When we explained we couldn't do that, she became upset. I heard screaming in the background. Is that her now? I'm afraid so. She's demanding to speak to you. I'm good, thanks. Have a nice day. An hour later, Roger called from a different number. I'd blocked his. Tom, this is Roger. I'm at the country club. They're calling the police on Brooke and Helen. Is this really what you want? I want nothing. I'm just living my life. You're destroying hers. She made her choices. Over 2 nights? You're ending everything over a text about 2 nights? Roger, did she tell you she posted from Derek's apartment last night after the wedding was already canceled? Silence. Yeah, I saw that too. Still think I'm overreacting? He hung up. The rehearsal dinner aftermath was documented beautifully on social media by the gossip-loving cousin. Apparently, Brooke and Helen tried to host an alternative celebration at a restaurant. 12 people showed up out of the 60 invited. Derek was one of them. He sat next to Brooke. Her own sister left when she saw that. But Friday night was legendary. Brooke decided to do a live video on Instagram. Wine drunk, crying, the whole thing. I just want everyone to know the truth. Tom is painting me as some cheater, but I never cheated. I was just trying to get closure. Derek and I had unfinished business, and I wanted to enter my marriage with a clean slate. Tom said he was fine with it. Someone commented, "Girl, you're literally at Derek's apartment right now." She tried to move the camera, but everyone had already seen Derek's distinctive wall art. It's not. This isn't. We're just talking. Another comment. Didn't you say Tom was having a mental health crisis this morning? He is. He's crazy. Who cancels a wedding over a text? Comment. Someone whose fiancé told them she was spending 2 nights with her ex. Brooke started ugly crying. You don't understand. Derek and I have history. Tom never understood that connection. Someone screen recorded the whole thing. The video ended with Derek trying to take her phone away and saying, "Babe, you're making it worse." Babe. Update 4. I woke up at the resort in the mountains. Yeah, I went on a solo trip instead. Peaceful. Beautiful. No drama. Jordan kept me updated though. The venue had apparently become a circus. Despite everything being canceled, about 30 guests showed up because Brooke and Helen had been telling people it was just postponed and to come anyway for a celebration of love. The venue was hosting a different event, a corporate retreat. So there were Brooke's confused relatives in formal wear wandering around, while tech bros had their team-building exercises. Helen tried to strong-arm the venue into giving them a space. The venue manager called the police. Again. Brooke's sister Diana, the one who left the rehearsal dinner, texted Jordan, "This is insane. Mom and Brooke are trying to convince people Tom had a psychotic break." Meanwhile, Brooke's been at Derek's since Wednesday. Dad found out Derek's been divorced twice and owns nothing. No house, no car, nothing. But Brooke's acting like he's her soulmate. I'm so embarrassed. The plot twist? Derek's sick dad, who started this whole thing? He showed up at the venue because he thought his son was getting married. Derek had apparently told him that. When he found out the truth, that Derek had broken up an engagement and his supposed cancer was being used as a lie, he lost it. In front of everyone. You told people I had cancer? To sleep with an engaged woman? I raised you better than this. Brooke tried to intervene. It's not his fault. Tom overreacted. Derek's dad turned to her. You're engaged to another man and spending nights at my son's apartment. You're both trash. Chefs, sorry. I mean, perfect timing. Saturday night, Brooke tried one last desperate play. She showed up at the apartment we used to share. She still had her key because I'm not on the lease. I'd just been paying half the rent. She texted me a photo of her in her wedding dress. The wedding dress. Standing in what used to be our bedroom. This could have been our night. I'm here if you want to talk. I replied, you should check your email. I'd sent her notice that I'd already informed the landlord I'd moved out and wouldn't be paying next month's rent. She couldn't afford it solo. You can't do this. Did it. Good luck with everything. Where am I supposed to live? Derek seems comfortable. She sent 43 voice messages. I didn't listen to any of them. Final update. The fallout has been spectacular. Brooke and Derek are officially together. They moved in together after she got evicted. She couldn't make rent. Into his studio apartment, in his mom's basement. Yeah. Helen and Roger are getting divorced. Turns out Roger was furious when he learned the truth about Derek not being some successful guy Brooke painted him as. He also discovered Helen had been encouraging the whole closure thing because she thought Derek had money from a settlement. When Roger confronted her, Helen admitted she'd never liked me because I wasn't ambitious enough. I'm a software developer making 6 figures, but okay. Roger sent me an apology email. Tom, I'm sorry. I failed as a father. I should have raised her better. You dodged a bullet. I wish I had your courage to walk away. Derek's dad reached out too. Kid, I'm sorry my son is a disappointment. You seem like a good man. His mother and I are cutting him off until he grows up. The best part? Brooke's been trying to plan a wedding with Derek. She called the same venue to book it. They declined. She tried 3 other venues in the area. Turns out they all have a blacklist for problematic clients, and Helen's 2 police incidents got them on it. Her cousin, the one who kept posting everything, told Jordan that Brooke's been complaining that Derek won't propose. He keeps saying, we don't need a piece of paper, and what we have is beyond marriage. She threw a fit at Thanksgiving when Derek mentioned he doesn't believe in marriage anymore after his 2 divorces. According to Diana, Brooke screamed, "You ruined my life for nothing?" Derek's response, "I thought you loved me for me, not for a wedding." They're still together. Miserably, from what I hear. She keeps trying to make it look perfect on social media, but people have caught Derek on dating apps. She pretends not to know. As for me, I'm doing great. Got promoted at work. Turns out not having wedding stress improved my performance. Started dating Elise from my rock climbing group. She thinks the whole story is hilarious and says she would have done the same thing. We're taking things slow. No rush, no pressure, no ex-boyfriends needing closure. Funny thing, I ran into Gretchen at a coffee shop last week. She apologized for her part in everything. Said Brooke had been texting Derek for months before that Wednesday, planning their closure nights. She'd even bought special lingerie for it. Gretchen had tried to talk her out of it, but Brooke was convinced I was too much of a pushover to do anything about it. Guess she was wrong. The red flags were everywhere. The way she'd compare me to Derek constantly. How she'd text him just as friends but hide her phone. The time she said I was lucky she chose me during an argument. The wedding would have been a mistake. The divorce would have been expensive. The text about Derek was a gift, really. Oh, and last week Derek's ex-wife reached out to me on social media. Heard what happened. Welcome to the club of people who escaped that train wreck. BTW, he'll cheat on her within 6 months. He cheated on me with 3 different women. I told her, not my circus anymore. And it's not. It's really, really not. Edit. For everyone asking, yes, I got some deposits back. The photographer was cool about it and refunded 50%. The cake lady felt bad and gave back everything except the materials cost. The venue and catering kept theirs as per contract, worth every lost penny for my freedom. Edit 2. Stop asking for Elise's climbing gym info. That's weird. Also, Brooke, if you're reading this, Derek's on Bumble as of yesterday. Diana sent screenshots. Have fun with that. My girlfriend announced, I've decided we're having an open relationship without discussing it first. I said, that's perfect timing. What her sister told her the next day about who I'd been seen with made her rethink everything. I, 29 male, was sitting on the couch last Thursday night, scrolling through my phone after dinner. My girlfriend Zoe, 27, of 4 years walks in from the bedroom, sits down across from me, not next to me, which should have been my first clue, and drops this bomb. So I've decided we're having an open relationship. Not, I want to discuss, not, what do you think about, just straight up, I've decided. I looked up from my phone. You've decided? Yeah, I've been thinking about it for a while. We're young, we should explore, experience other people. It's healthy. When did you decide this? Does it matter? I'm telling you now. I leaned back, processing. 4 years together, living together for 2, and she just decides. Unilaterally, like she's choosing what to watch on Netflix. Okay, she blinked. Okay? Yeah, that's actually perfect timing. Her face did this weird twitch thing. Perfect timing? Yeah, Cassidy from the coffee shop has been asking me out for months. I've been turning her down because, I had a girlfriend. But if we're open now. Zoe's mouth opened and closed like a fish. Cassidy? The barista with the tattoos? Yeah. She's really cool. Plays bass in a band too. You've been talking to her? She serves me coffee every morning, Zoe. We chat. She's made it pretty clear she's interested. I just always said I was taken, but now I'm not. Well, not exclusively. The silence stretched out. I could practically see the gears turning in her head. This wasn't how she'd pictured this conversation going. I mean, we should have rules, she said finally. Sure. What kind of rules? Like, we tell each other everything and no catching feelings. And? I don't know. I haven't thought about all the details yet. Maybe you should have thought about them before deciding for both of us. She stood up, pacing now. You're being really calm about this. Should I not be? This is what you want, right? Yes, it is. Cool, then we're good. I'll probably ask Cassidy out tomorrow. Tomorrow? Why wait? We're open now, right? She stomped off to the bedroom. I heard her on the phone, probably with her sister Chloe or her best friend Ava. Whatever. She made her bed, now we both get to lie in it. With other people, apparently. The funny thing is, I wasn't even mad. Just disappointed? We'd had issues lately, sure. Less intimate, more like roommates. But I thought we'd work through it. Apparently, she thought we'd work through it by adding more people. Fine by me. 2 can play this game. Update 1. Hoo boy, where do I even start? So Friday morning, I did exactly what I said. Went to get my usual coffee, and when Cassidy asked how my morning was going, I said, actually, pretty interesting. My girlfriend decided we're in an open relationship now. Cassidy raised an eyebrow. Decided? Just like that? Just like that. Wow. How do you feel about it? Honestly, once the shock wore off, kind of relieved. We've been off for a while. She leaned on the counter. The coffee shop was empty, that sweet spot between morning rush and lunch crowd. So, that means you're available? Apparently so. Want to grab drinks tonight? My band's playing at Rosewood Bar at 9. I'd love to. When I got home that evening to change, Zoe was getting ready too. Full makeup, her little black dress, the works. Going out? I asked. Yeah, meeting someone. Cool. Me too. She froze with her lipstick halfway to her mouth. Already? Cassidy's band is playing. Should be fun. The barista? The musician? Yeah. She finished her lipstick aggressively. Whatever. Have fun. You too. Here's the thing. I wasn't trying to be petty. She wanted open. We're open. But apparently, she thought open meant she could date while I sat at home pining. Saturday morning was awkward. We both came home around the same time, separately. She looked tired. I probably did too, but for different reasons. Cassidy's band went on late, and we stayed talking until 3 a.m. How was your night? I asked, making coffee. Fine. Yours? Great, actually. Cassidy's band is really good. They're playing a festival next month. She scrolled through her phone aggressively. Then, Mom wants us to come to dinner tomorrow. Both of us? Of course both of us. We're still together. In an open relationship, that doesn't mean we're not together. Okay, I'll be there. Sunday dinner was interesting. Zoe was super affectionate, holding my hand, touching my arm, laughing at everything I said. Her parents probably thought we'd never been happier. Her sister Chloe kept giving us weird looks though. Monday is when things got really interesting. I was at work when I got a text from Chloe. Were you at Brewster's Steakhouse last night? Me, yeah, why? With a redhead? Yeah, Cassidy, why? Me. Turns out, Chloe had been at Brewster's with her boyfriend. She saw me there with Cassidy, having dinner. And not just any redhead. Cassidy happens to be Zoe's regional manager's daughter. Yeah, the daughter of her boss. Does Zoe know you're dating Heather's daughter? Me, we're in an open relationship. Zoe's decision. What? Me, she didn't tell you? No, WTF. About an hour later, my phone exploded. 22 texts from Zoe in rapid succession. Cassidy is Heather's daughter? You knew this? How could you? This is so inappropriate. You need to stop seeing her. Now, I mean it. This affects my job. Are you trying to humiliate me? Answer me. Where are you? We need to talk. This isn't what I meant. You're doing this on purpose? To hurt me. I can't believe you. Come home now. Please. We need to discuss this. You can't date my boss's daughter. That's insane. Please respond. I sent back one text. At work, we can talk tonight about the rules you forgot to make. When I got home, Zoe was pacing the living room like a caged animal. You knew she was Heather's daughter. Actually, I didn't. Found out last night when she mentioned her mom runs the regional office for your company. Small world, huh? You have to stop seeing her. Why? Because she's my boss's daughter. So, we're in an open relationship. You decided, I'm just going with it. Not with her. You said we needed rules. We never made any. Can't retroactively add them now. She actually screamed. Like, full throat screamed. You're doing this to get back at me. Zoe, you announced we're open. I accepted it. I'm dating someone. You wanted this. I wanted us to explore. Have fun. Not this. What did you think would happen? That's when the truth came out. She'd already been talking to some guy named Dimitri from her gym. For weeks. She figured announcing the open relationship would let her test the waters with him while keeping me as backup. She never thought I'd actually date anyone, especially not immediately. So this whole thing was just so you could cheat with permission? It's not cheating if we're open. But it would have been cheating for the past few weeks when you were already flirting with him? Silence. Get out. What? I need space. Go stay with Chloe or your parents. I need to think. You can't kick me out. I live here. You're right, I'll go then. I packed a bag and left. Went to my buddy Jerome's place. And guess what? When I check Instagram later that night, there's Zoe posted up with gym bro Dimitri at some wine bar. Caption, exploring new connections. The comments were savage. Bunch of people asking about me, saying they just saw us at her parents' dinner. She was deleting comments in real time. Oh, and Cassidy texted, hey, weird question, but my mom just asked if I'm dating someone named Zoe's boyfriend. She seemed concerned. This is messier than I thought it would be. Update 2. The entitlement has reached nuclear levels, so I've been staying at Jerome's for 3 days. He's been a real one, letting me crash while I figure things out. Cassidy's been understanding too. I explained the whole situation and she was like, Flake, wait, she decided you're open and now she's mad you're actually dating? That's wild. Tuesday morning, I get a call from my landlord. Apparently, Zoe called him saying I abandoned the apartment and she needs my name off the lease because I'm unstable. Landlord knows me though. I've been there 5 years, never missed rent. He called to check what's really happening. We're having relationship issues. I'm staying with a friend for a few days to cool off. Rent's paid through next month. She says you moved out permanently. I took 1 bag of clothes, man. My gaming setup is still there. Figured something was off. She sounded aggressive. Yeah, that's why I'm at Jerome's. He said to keep him posted and don't worry about the lease for now. Cool, dude. But then things got weird. Zoe started showing up at places. First, the coffee shop. Cassidy texted me, your ex is here staring daggers at me. She's not my ex yet. Also, sorry. She ordered a water and has been sitting here for an hour. It's creepy. Then she showed up at my work. Told the receptionist she was my girlfriend and needed to talk to me urgently. Security had to escort her out when she wouldn't leave. But the peak entitlement came Wednesday night. I was at dinner with Cassidy at this small Italian place. Not hiding, just living my life. Zoe walks in with Dimitri. The hostess starts to seat them, right next to us. Zoe, what a coincidence. Zoe, there are 20 empty tables. Please sit anywhere else. It's a free country. We can sit where we want. Cassidy, absolute queen. Actually, we were just leaving. Enjoy your meal. As we're getting up, Zoe grabs my arm. We need to talk. We really don't. You live with me. I'm staying with Jerome right now. As you know, since you tried to get me off the lease. Dimitri, who looks like he benches small cars, finally speaks. Bro, maybe you should talk to her. Bro, maybe you should mind your business. We should go. Oh, she's making decisions for you now? No, she's being reasonable. Something you might want to try. We left, but Zoe wasn't done. She followed us out to the parking lot. You can't just walk away from 4 years. You walked away when you decided we're open without discussing it. I made a mistake. No, you made a decision. Now live with it. She started crying, but not sad crying, angry crying. Chloe was right. You were being cruel. I'm being cruel? You planned this whole thing to date Dimitri guilt-free while keeping me as backup. That's not. I didn't. Your sister literally told me you've been talking about him for months. Yeah, Chloe spilled everything. Zoe had been crushing on Jim Bro since January. Planned the whole open relationship thing to test if he was interested while keeping me around in case it didn't work out. You don't understand. I was confused. No, you were selfish. Dimitri came out then. Babe, our table's ready. Babe. They've been open for less than a week and he's calling her babe. Today, Thursday, I get a text from Heather, Zoe's boss. Hi, this is Heather Martinez. I apologize for reaching out like this, but I think we need to address the elephant in the room. Are you available for coffee tomorrow? I screenshot it and send it to Cassidy. Your mom wants to have coffee with me? I'm so sorry. You don't have to go. Me, it's fine. Might be good to clear the air. So tomorrow I'm having coffee with my girlfriend's boss, who is also the mother of the woman I'm dating, because my girlfriend decided we should see other people. You can't make this stuff up. Oh, and the best part? Zoe sent me an itemized list of everything in the apartment she considers hers, including things I bought, like my coffee maker, that I bought before we met, because she uses it more. The audacity is astronomical. Final update. This is going to be my last update because I'm ready to move forward with my life, so coffee with Heather. I was nervous as hell, but she was surprisingly cool about everything. I want to start by saying Cassidy is an adult and makes her own choices, but I am concerned about the dynamics here. I completely understand. This isn't ideal. Zoe has been difficult at work lately. I wasn't going to mention anything, but then she requested a meeting with HR about workplace harassment because I asked her to focus during a presentation instead of texting. Oh God. She also tried to tell me I was creating a hostile work environment by allowing my daughter to date her boyfriend. I'm so sorry. Heather smiled. Don't be. I've been documenting her behavior for months. This just accelerated things. She's been underperforming, spends most of her time on personal calls, and creates drama with coworkers. Turns out Zoe's job was already on thin ice. This situation just highlighted her lack of professionalism. Saturday was moving day. I brought Jerome and 2 other buddies to get my stuff. Zoe had strategically placed sticky notes on everything she considered hers, including, I kid you not, my PlayStation that my brother gave me for Christmas. Her reasoning? I use it for Netflix. While packing, I found something interesting in the closet. A box of receipts and cards from Dimitri. Dating back to November. She'd been emotionally cheating for way longer than I thought. The real fireworks came when I started packing the kitchen. She tried to claim all the appliances because I don't even cook. Neither do you, Zoe. I was going to learn. When? Between gym dates? Dimitri was there trying to look tough. Maybe you should just let her have the blender, bro. Maybe you should ask her why she needs a $300 blender she's never used, bro. I took everything I paid for, left her with the decorative pillows she loved and the smart TV her parents gave her. Fair is fair. Monday, Zoe got fired. Not for the Cassidy situation, for calling in sick, then posting Instagram stories from a spa day with Dimitri. Heather didn't even have to push for it. Zoe dug her own grave. She blew up my phone. I got fired. This is your fault. You ruined my life. Over your stupid ego. I hope you're happy. Cassidy made her mom fire me. I'm going to sue for wrongful termination and emotional distress. You'll be sorry. I forwarded the screenshots to Heather with Cassidy's permission, just in case. Heather's response. She was fired for time card fraud and absence without leave. Has nothing to do with anyone's relationship. I have documentation going back 6 months. Tell her to have her lawyer contact ours. The lawsuit threats stopped real quick after that. But the best part? Remember how she wanted an open relationship to explore with Dimitri? Well, turns out Dimitri thought open meant open. Zoe found him on Tinder, actively swiping. When she confronted him, he said, "But babe, I thought we weren't exclusive? That's what you wanted, right?" She tried to explain that she could see other people, but he was supposed to only see her. He laughed. Actually laughed at her. Then left. So in 2 weeks, she went from having a stable relationship, good job, and nice apartment to being single, unemployed, and moving back with her parents. Meanwhile, Cassidy and I are taking things slow. We're not official or anything. I need time to process everything. But she's been amazing through this whole mess. Supportive without being pushy. Understanding that I'm fresh out of a 4-year relationship. Jerome helped me find a great studio apartment. It's smaller, but it's all mine. No drama, no manipulation, no surprise announcements about major relationship changes. Last text exchange with Zoe. Her. Can we please talk? I miss us. There is no us. You ended that when you made a unilateral decision about our relationship. I was confused. I made a mistake. You were calculating. You made a choice. Now live with it. So that's it. 4 years and you just walk away? You walked first? I just kept walking. She's blocked now. On everything. Chloe reached out to apologize for her sister, said their whole family is embarrassed by how Zoe handled things. Apparently she's been telling everyone I manipulated her into an open relationship, then sabotaged her life. But everyone knows the truth because, well, Chloe has receipts of Zoe bragging about her genius plan to date Dimitri risk-free. Life lesson learned. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. When someone makes unilateral decisions about your relationship, they're telling you exactly how much they value your input. And when someone wants to have their cake and eat it too, sometimes the best response is to take the whole bakery with you when you leave. I'm doing good now. Better than good, actually. Free. Thanks for following along on this wild ride. Time to close this chapter and start fresh. My girlfriend demanded, if you loved me, you'd pay off my student loans. I replied, let's look at the paperwork. Then I hired a forensic accountant. The loans were actually for her ex-boyfriend's car, and what I did next made her regret everything. I, 31 male, was sitting on the couch last Thursday night, scrolling through work emails, when my girlfriend Jenna, 29, sat down next to me with that look. You know the one, where they're about to drop something heavy. We'd been together for almost 3 years, living together for the last 18 months in my condo. Things were good, I thought. We split groceries, she covered utilities, I handled the mortgage. Pretty standard stuff. Babe, we need to talk about our future, she said, grabbing my hand. I put down my phone. Yeah? What's up? She took a deep breath. I've been thinking. If we're really serious about building a life together, we need to tackle my student loans. They're holding us back from getting married, buying a bigger place, starting a family. Fair enough, I thought. We talked about her loans before. She said she had about $35K from her MBA program. Not ideal, but manageable. Okay, I said. What's the plan? Want to look at consolidation options? Maybe refinance? She squeezed my hand tighter. Actually, if you really loved me, you'd just pay them off. You make good money, and it would show me you're committed to our future. Record scratch moment right there. I work in IT consulting, make decent money, about $95 a year. But dropping $35, hey, that's not pocket change. Jenna, that's a lot. Can we look at the paperwork together? Figure out the best approach? Her face changed, went from sweet to defensive real quick. Why do you need to see the paperwork? Don't you trust me? It's not about trust. It's about understanding what we're dealing with. Interest rates, payment terms, that stuff matters. She stood up, crossed her arms. This is exactly what Tori said would happen. You say you love me, but when it comes to actually proving it, you get all analytical. Tori, her best friend who's been divorced twice and thinks all men are trash. Great. Jenna, asking to see paperwork for a $35,000 financial decision isn't weird, it's responsible. If you loved me, you wouldn't need paperwork. She was getting louder now. Keith would have done it without asking questions. Keith. The ex-boyfriend she swears she's over but brings up whenever we argue. The guy who supposedly broke her heart 2 years before we met. I'm not Keith, I said, staying calm. And if you want my help, I need to see the loans. That's reasonable. She stormed off to the bedroom, slammed the door. Classic. I sat there thinking. Something felt off. She'd been weird about money lately. Asking for cash for emergencies that she never fully explained. Getting packages she said were returns, but never seemed to actually return. Next morning, she acted like nothing happened. Made breakfast, kissed me goodbye for work. But I couldn't shake the feeling. So I did something maybe I shouldn't have. I hired a forensic accountant. Found the guy through a friend who went through a nasty divorce. Cost me $1,500 up front, but he specialized in financial investigations. Told him I needed to verify some financial obligations before making a major payment. Gave him what I knew, her full name, the school she attended, rough dates. Told him she claimed $35 in student loans. 3 days later, he called me at work. "Mr. Thompson, you might want to sit down for this." Update 1. Holy hell. The forensic accountant Bradley just laid it all out, and I'm still processing. Here's what he found. Jenna does have student loans. $8,700 worth. She's been making minimum payments for years, which is why the balance barely moves. But here's the kicker. There's a car loan. A $26,000 car loan for a BMW M3 taken out 4 years ago. The name on the loan? Jenna Reeves, her name. The registered owner? Keith Morrison, her ex-boyfriend. She's been paying $540 a month for his car for 4 years. Bradley found more. The loan originated 2 months before she claims they broke up. She's listed as the primary borrower. He's not even co-signed. The car's registration has been renewed twice, still in his name. Insurance records show he's had 2 claims on it. Minor accidents, both his fault. But wait, it gets worse. Remember those emergencies she needed cash for? Bradley traced patterns. Every month around the 15th, she'd withdraw $500 to $600 cash. The car payment hits on the 20th. She's been using my money to pay for her ex's car. I felt sick. Actually had to leave work early. When I got home, Jenna was there with Tori. They were drinking wine, laughing about something on Tori's phone. Stopped when they saw me. "You're home early," Jenna said, suddenly nervous. "We need to talk. Alone." Tori rolled her eyes. "Whatever you need to say to her, you can say in front of me." "No, I really can't. This is private." Jenna nodded at Tori, who left but made sure to give me the stink eye on her way out. I sat down, pulled out Bradley's report. "I know about the BMW, Jenna." Her face went white, then red, then came the tears. "You investigated me. How dare you? You asked me for $35,000. You lied about what it was for. You've been paying for Keith's car for 4 years, with money I've been giving you." "It's not like that." She was sobbing now. "He manipulated me, said if I didn't help he'd ruin my credit. I had no choice." "You had a choice. You could have told me the truth." "You wouldn't have understood. You're so practical about everything. Keith gets me emotionally." "Gets you? Present tense?" She froze, caught. "We're friends, just friends." I pulled out my phone, showed her a screenshot Bradley had found. Keith's Instagram from last week, the BMW in the background. Caption, "Thanks to my ride or die for keeping me rolling. You know who you are." "You're his ride or die?" She grabbed for my phone. I pulled it back. "That's not." "He doesn't mean." "Jenna, stop. Just stop. You've been paying for your ex's car while living in my condo, eating food I buy, asking me for emergency money that goes straight to his payment, and then you tried to manipulate me into paying the whole thing off." "I love you," she wailed. "Keith means nothing." "Then why are you paying for his car?" Because. She couldn't finish. "You need to leave. Pack your stuff, stay with Tori. We're done." "You can't kick me out. I have rights. I've lived here for 18 months. "You're not on the lease. You're a guest who's overstayed their welcome. Get your things." She called me every name in the book. Said I was controlling, abusive, cheap. Then called Tori, who showed up 20 minutes later acting like she was picking up a domestic violence victim. They loaded up Tori's car with Jenna's stuff. As they were leaving, Jenna turned back. "Keith was right about you. You're heartless. Keith can start paying for his own car now. See how right he is then." Update 2. It's been 5 days since I kicked Jenna out, and hoo boy, the entitlement came out in full force. Day 1 after the breakup. Got 73 texts ranging from "I'm sorry baby, please talk to me," to "You're a pathetic control freak who will die alone." Blocked her number. Day 2. She started emailing my work address. IT flagged them as spam pretty quick, but not before I saw the subject lines. "Urgent, relationship emergency. You're making a mistake. Keith never treated me like this." Forwarded them all to my personal email for documentation, then blocked her there too. Day 3. This is where it got interesting. I get a call from an unknown number. It's Keith. "Yo man, we need to talk." "No, we don't. Listen, whatever Jenna told you about the car thing, it's not what you think. She didn't tell me anything. I found out myself. Enjoy your last month of free BMW payments." "Bro, you don't understand. She owes me that car." I actually laughed. "Owes you? For what?" "For emotional trauma. I was with her during a really tough time and—" "Keith, I honestly don't care. She's not my problem anymore, which means you're definitely not my problem." Good luck with those payments. You can't just click. Day 4. Jenna showed up at my work. Security had to escort her out. She'd apparently told the receptionist she was my fiancé bringing me lunch. When they called up to verify, I said I didn't know anyone by that name. She lost it in the lobby, screaming about how I was financially abusing her and stealing her future. My manager pulled me aside after. I explained the situation briefly. He was cool about it, but suggested I might want to look into a restraining order. Day 5, yesterday. The nuclear option. I get a call from my mom. Danny, what did you do to that poor girl? Jenna had somehow found my mother's Facebook and sent her a massive message about how I promised to marry her, then abandoned her. Left her homeless and penniless, emotionally manipulated her for years, forced her to pay for everything while I hoarded my money. She even sent my mom fake screenshots of supposed text conversations where I'm saying horrible things. Pretty convincing at first glance, but the timestamps were all wrong, and she spelled my last name wrong in the contact info. Spent 2 hours on the phone with mom showing her the real evidence. She was pissed. Not at me, at Jenna. The audacity of that girl, using her ex-boyfriend to manipulate you, and then trying to turn me against my own son. But here's where it gets really good. Last night, around 11 p.m., I get a notification from my credit monitoring app. Someone tried to apply for a credit card using my SSN. Guess who knows my SSN from all those times she helped me with tax paperwork? Called the credit card company immediately. Fraud department flagged it, canceled the application. Then I did something I probably should have done earlier, put a freeze on my credit. This morning, woke up to an email from Tori. Not Jenna, Tori. Subject: you need to fix this. Body: Jenna is staying with me and can't pay her share of anything because you've cut her off without warning. If you had any decency, you'd at least give her enough to get back on her feet. She's talking about having to declare bankruptcy because of the car situation. Keith is threatening to sue her if she stops paying. This is your fault for not just helping her in the first place. A real man would take care of his woman's problems without questioning them. She's going to file for palimony since you basically were common law married. My cousin is a lawyer and says she has a case. Do the right thing before this gets uglier. I forwarded the email to my buddy who's a lawyer. His response? LMAO. Common law marriage isn't even recognized in our state. Let them try. But I wasn't done. See, Tori made a crucial mistake. She sent that email from her work account. The signature included her full name, title, and company. Tori works in HR at a financial services firm. Using company email to threaten legal action that she knows is baseless? Yeah, I forwarded that email to her company's ethics hotline. Then I did one more thing. Remember that forensic accountant Bradley? I had him do a bit more digging on Keith. Turns out our boy Keith has been busy. 2 other car loans and collections, eviction proceedings from 3 apartments in the last 5 years, an ongoing small claims case where he's being sued by an ex-roommate for $4,000. I packaged all this information nicely and sent it to Jenna's email with the subject line, "Your ride or die seems to be dying. Good luck with that." One final thing. I called the BMW dealership where the loan originated, explained the situation to their finance manager. While I can't make them do anything since my name isn't on the loan, he did say something interesting. If she stops making payments and it goes into repo, we'll definitely be interested in knowing the vehicle's location. Guess whose address I happen to know? Update 3. It's been 2 weeks since everything went down, and the aftermath has been chef's kiss. Exactly what they deserved. First, let's talk about Tori. Remember that email she sent from her work account? Well, her company's ethics department took it very seriously. Using company resources to make legal threats? Big no-no. She got suspended pending investigation, and from what I heard through the grapevine, mutual friend who works there, she's probably getting fired. She tried to backtrack, claimed her account was hacked by Jenna, which made it worse because now she's lying to investigators. Her cousin, the lawyer? He's actually a paralegal, and when the company's legal team reached out to verify her claims about palimony, he threw her under the bus immediately. Now for Keith. Oh, Keith. So Jenna apparently panicked after getting my email about his financial situation. She confronted him about the other debts. His response? He accused me of making it all up and convinced her I was just trying to break them up because I was jealous of their connection. She believed him. Actually believed him. Until the repo man showed up at his apartment at 6 a.m. last Tuesday. See, Jenna missed the car payment this month. First time in 4 years. The loan was already flagged as high risk because of the payment history, lots of late payments she covered with fees. So one missed payment triggered immediate action. Keith called Jenna screaming. She was at Tori's place. Tori was at work, not knowing she was about to be suspended. And Keith demanded she come over with cash right now to stop the repo. She raced over with $1,200 she'd scraped together. Ironically, some of it was money she'd hidden from me in our apartment and forgot to take. Got there just as they were loading the BMW onto the truck. The repo guy was professional. Told her she could pay the full past due amount, $1,740 with fees, plus repo costs, $350 at their office to get it back. She didn't have enough. Keith lost his mind. Started screaming at her in front of the repo team, neighbors, everyone. Called her useless, pathetic, said she'd ruined his life. Then, and this is according to 3 separate neighbors who filmed it, he said, "You couldn't even keep your meal ticket boyfriend paying for my car. What good are you?" She finally understood. Finally saw what everyone else could see. She was just a payment plan to him. The videos hit social media fast. Someone tagged them, "Gold digger gets exposed by bigger gold digger." Went semi-viral locally. Both their reputations are toast. But wait, there's more. Remember how she tried to apply for credit in my name? Well, I filed a police report. Detective called me yesterday. Turns out this isn't Jenna's first rodeo. She has a previous warning for the same thing with an ex from 5 years ago. Never prosecuted because he didn't want to press charges, just wanted her gone. I'm pressing charges. The detective also found something interesting. Those student loans she has? She's been in default for 3 years. Never told me that. The $8,700 has ballooned to almost $14,000 with penalties and interest. Her credit is destroyed. Yesterday afternoon I get a call from an unknown number. Almost didn't answer, but something told me to pick up. It was Jenna's mom, Gloria. "Is this Daniel?" "Yes. I just wanted to apologize for my daughter. I saw the videos. I raised her better than this." We talked for almost an hour. Gloria told me, Jenna has been pulling this scam since college. She's used 3 different boyfriends to pay for various things for Keith. Gloria and her husband cut her off financially 2 years ago when they found out. Keith has been stringing Jenna along since high school. This isn't even the first car she's bought him. There was a motorcycle that got stolen, aka sold, in college. Gloria offered to pay me back for anything Jenna took. I declined but appreciated the gesture. She said she's forcing Jenna to go to therapy or she's completely cut off from the family. Last update as of this morning, Jenna sent me one final email from a new account. Not an apology, not a thank you for not pressing harder on the criminal charges. Nope. Subject, I hope you're happy. Body, you've ruined everything. Keith won't talk to me. Tori's getting fired because of your vindictive email. I'm homeless, carless, and now my parents think I'm a criminal. All because you couldn't just trust me and help with the loans like a normal boyfriend would. I'm going to have to move back to my hometown and work at my dad's hardware store. My life is over. Satisfied? I replied with just one line. Your ex-boyfriend's car loan was never my problem. Neither are you. Blocked that email too. Final update, it's been 3 months now. Figured I'd give one last update for closure. Jenna did indeed move back to her hometown. According to Gloria, who checks in occasionally to make sure I'm okay, sweet lady, Jenna's working at the hardware store and living with her parents. She's in court-ordered therapy as part of a plea deal for the identity theft charge. Got 18 months probation and had to pay restitution, a whole $500 for my credit monitoring services. Teeth? Without his free BMW, he couldn't maintain his successful guy image. Last I heard, he was couch surfing and trying to convince new girlfriends to invest in his business ideas. Good luck with that, buddy. Tori got fired. Tried to sue her company for wrongful termination. That went about as well as you'd expect. She's working retail now and subtweeting about fake friends and snakes constantly. Pretty sure she means Jenna, who threw her under the bus during the investigation. The BMW got auctioned. Jenna still owes about $12 on the loan after the sale. That plus her defaulted student loans means her credit won't recover for years. As for me, I'm doing good. Started dating someone new. Met her at a financial literacy workshop I started attending, figured I should brush up after this mess. She thought the whole story was wild but appreciated how I handled it. We joke that our first date activity will not be reviewing loan documents. Kept the forensic accountant's number though. Bradley sends me a Christmas card now. Says I was his most entertaining case of the year. Lesson learned. When someone tells you love means never having to see the paperwork, run. Run fast, run far, and take your credit report with you. Oh, and one final thing. Last week, I got a LinkedIn notification. Keith tried to connect with me. His message? Hey bro, no hard feelings about the whole situation. Actually starting a new venture and looking for investors. Interested? The audacity. The absolute audacity. Clicked ignore. Some people never learn. Edit. Since some of you asked, yes, I kept all the documentation. Yes, my lawyer says I'm fully protected. No, I don't regret a single thing. The $1,500 for the forensic accountant was the best money I ever spent.
I was 27 when this whole mess started, and I thought I had my life more or less figured out. My name's Caleb, and at the time I was living in a small but cozy apartment downtown, working a job that I actually liked, rare enough in itself, and dating a woman I thought I could see a future with. Her name was Rachel. She was smart, charming, the kind of person who could walk into any room and have everyone's attention without even trying. I loved that about her, or at least I thought I did. Things started off great between us, but over the past few months, something had shifted. I couldn't put my finger on it at first. Late-night texts she wouldn't let me see. Girls' nights that suddenly included guys she swore were just friends, and a general air of defensiveness anytime I asked where she'd been. I wasn't jealous by nature, but my gut was telling me something wasn't right. The moment it all really clicked was on a random Thursday night. She'd come home late, smelling like expensive cologne that definitely wasn't mine, and instead of offering any explanation, she laughed when I asked who she was with. "You worry too much, Caleb," she said, kicking off her shoes like she didn't have a care in the world. "If you can't handle me partying with my ex, maybe we should break up." I just stood there, staring at her, stunned into silence. My chest felt tight, not from anger, at least not yet, but from that deep kind of disappointment that knocks the air out of you. I'd bent over backwards to make this relationship work, supported her through her job changes, even helped her pay off part of her student debt when she was in a rough patch. And here she was, looking me in the eye like it was no big deal to spend her weekends with the guy she used to date. I smiled, but it wasn't a happy smile. "Good idea," I said quietly, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of surprise on her face. She clearly hadn't expected me to call her bluff. That night, I barely slept. My mind was racing, not just about Rachel, but about everything. My job, my future, the quiet feeling that I'd been holding myself back. There had been an open promotion at work for months now, one that would require me to relocate across the country. I'd been hesitating because Rachel said she wasn't ready to leave her family, her friends, her whole life here. I'd said no because I thought we had a future together. But by sunrise, my decision was made. The next day, I walked into my boss's office and accepted the promotion on the spot. My boss was thrilled. Apparently, they'd been hoping I'd take it. I signed the paperwork, set a move date for 2 weeks out, and by the end of the day, I was packing boxes in my apartment while Rachel sent me passive-aggressive texts about how dramatic I was being. It felt surreal, like I was watching someone else's life play out. But underneath the numbness, there was a growing sense of freedom. I wasn't just leaving Rachel behind. I was leaving behind the version of myself that kept settling for less than I deserved. A few days later, Rachel finally seemed to realize I wasn't bluffing. She texted me, "Can we talk?" I didn't respond right away. Instead, I waited until I was standing in my brand new apartment, miles away from everything that had been tying me down. The place was empty except for a single box in my suitcase, but I'd never felt lighter. I snapped a photo of the apartment keys on the counter, the city skyline visible through the window, and sent it to her with a simple message. "Talk about what?" Her reply came almost instantly, a flood of texts I didn't bother to read right away. And that's when everything with my family started to spiral. See, Rachel wasn't just my girlfriend. She was close with my sister, and apparently, she'd been filling my family's ears with her side of the story. When I called my mom to tell her about the move, she didn't congratulate me. Instead, she asked if I was really leaving just because Rachel went out with a few friends. It hit me like a slap. This wasn't just about Rachel anymore. Suddenly, I was the bad guy in my own family, the one who was running away instead of working things out. My dad made a comment about how I was being immature, and my sister accused me of abandoning everyone. I tried to explain, calmly at first, that this was about more than just one night out, that I'd been feeling disrespected for months. But no one seemed to want to hear my side. And that's when I realized something ugly. Maybe it wasn't just Rachel who had been treating me like my feelings didn't matter. Maybe my whole family had gotten a little too comfortable with me being the one who kept everything together, who stayed close by, who never rocked the boat. It was a sobering thought, and for the first time, I started to wonder if this move might be about more than just a job. It might be my first real shot at living life on my own terms. But the more I pulled away, the more pressure they put on me. Calls, texts, even my sister showing up unannounced one night, demanding I sit down and just talk to Rachel before I made such a big mistake. That was the night I snapped. I told her I wasn't making a mistake. I was finally making a choice. And I wasn't going to let anyone guilt me out of it. But as I watched her storm out of my apartment, I had a sinking feeling this was only the beginning. My family had never handled being told no very well, and something told me they weren't done trying to drag me back into the mess I'd just escaped. And I was right. When my sister stormed out that night, I thought maybe she just needed time to cool off. Maybe she'd call me in a day or two with an apology, or at least be willing to listen. That was wishful thinking. The very next morning, my phone lit up with a barrage of texts, not from her, but from my mom. "Your sister is very upset," Mom wrote. "You owe her an apology." I just stared at the screen for a moment, dumbfounded. I owed her an apology? For what? For saying no to being pressured back into a relationship I didn't want? For refusing to sit in the same room as a woman who treated my boundaries like they were optional? I took a deep breath and typed back, "Mom, I'm not apologizing. I'm moving. My decision is final." Her reply came just a minute later. "This isn't just about you, Caleb. We are a family. You can't just run away whenever things get hard." Something about that word, run, hit me hard. They were acting like I was a child throwing a tantrum, not an adult making a considered choice about his own life. I set the phone down, feeling that old familiar heaviness creep back into my chest. The truth is, I had always been the easy kid. My brother, Mason, was the golden child, the loud, charming one who could do no wrong. Growing up, Mason was the one who got into trouble, came home past curfew, flunked classes, but he always managed to charm his way out of real consequences. Meanwhile, I did everything right. Good grades, part-time jobs, saved money, stayed out of trouble. And yet, somehow, I was always the one told to compromise for the sake of keeping the peace. This was just another repeat of that same old pattern. Mason had already texted me once since the breakup with a simple, "Bro, just chill. She's hot. Don't be dumb." That was his idea of brotherly advice. Stay with a girl who openly disrespects you because she's attractive. The more I thought about it, the more frustrated I got. My move wasn't just about Rachel anymore. It was about finally stepping out of the shadow of my family's expectations. But they weren't going to let me go without a fight. That weekend, I went to drop off some of my old stuff at my parents' garage, things I didn't want to bring across the country, but didn't want to throw away either. When I pulled into the driveway, my stomach sank. Rachel's car was parked out front. I almost turned around right then, but I told myself maybe she was just here to pick up her own things. Maybe this would be a quick, quiet exchange. The moment I walked into the house, I knew I was wrong. My entire family was sitting in the living room. Mom, Dad, Mason, and Rachel, like some kind of intervention. "Caleb," my mom said, her voice tight but oddly rehearsed, "we all think you're making a huge mistake." I looked at her, then at Rachel, who had the audacity to look offended, like I was the one who had betrayed her. "I didn't come here to have a family meeting," I said carefully. "I came to drop off some boxes." My dad stood up, crossing his arms. "You can't just throw away a good relationship over something so small." That's when something in me finally snapped. "Small?" I repeated, my voice rising. "You think me being lied to for months is small? You think my girlfriend spending every weekend with her ex is small? You think me being laughed at when I try to talk about it is small?" The room went quiet for a moment. and for a brief second, I thought maybe they'd finally understood. But then Mason laughed. "Man, you're so dramatic," he said, shaking his head. "It's not like she cheated. You just can't handle a little competition." I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears. It was like every childhood memory of being brushed aside. Every time Mason got away with something while I was told to be the bigger person, came flooding back all at once. I put the boxes down on the floor and said, "I'm done. I'm not discussing this anymore." But as I turned to leave, Rachel spoke up for the first time. "You're just proving everyone right, Caleb. You always run when things get hard. You'll never have a real relationship if you can't learn to forgive." That one stung. Not because I thought she was right, but because I could see my parents nodding along, silently agreeing with her. I left without another word, got into my car, and just sat there gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. I should have felt relieved to finally say my piece, but instead I felt hollow. I'd never been the kind of person to yell, to walk out on my family, but that's exactly what I'd just done. That night, I didn't pack a single box. I just sat in my apartment and stared at the wall, wondering if maybe they were right, if maybe I was overreacting. But then my phone buzzed again. It was Mason, and this time he wasn't even pretending to be helpful. "You know Mom's crying right now because of you? She says she doesn't even know who you are anymore. Hope you're happy." Something about that text snapped me out of my spiral. I realized they weren't trying to understand me. They were trying to manipulate me. They wanted me to feel guilty enough to undo the decision I'd made, to keep playing my old role as the peacemaker. And for the first time, I decided I wasn't going to play it. Over the next few days, I doubled down on my preparations for the move. I called the movers, signed my new lease, and started clearing out my apartment. But the pushback only got worse. My mom started calling every night, leaving voicemails about how family should come first. Mason posted a photo of him, Rachel, and my parents having dinner together with the caption, "Family night," heart emoji. It felt like they were all teaming up just to show me how replaceable I was. By the end of the week, I was done feeling guilty. In fact, I was starting to feel something new, determination. If they wanted me to be the villain for choosing myself for once, fine. I'd play the part. And then came the phone call that changed everything. The one that pushed me from quietly leaving to actively planning how I was going to reclaim my life on my own terms. It was from my dad. And what he said made me realize just how far they were willing to go to keep me under control. When my dad called that Friday evening, I almost didn't answer. I'd been ignoring most of their calls that week, but something about seeing Dad on the screen made me pause. Part of me still wanted to believe he'd finally hear me out, that he'd say something like, "Son, I get it. Do what's best for you." So I swiped to answer. "Caleb," he said immediately, skipping the pleasantries. "We need to talk. Face to face." My stomach sank. "About what?" "About this nonsense with Rachel," he said. "Your mother and I have been talking, and we think you're making a huge mistake throwing away a good thing." I rubbed my forehead, already feeling the tension building. "Dad, I told you, this isn't up for debate. I'm not staying in a relationship that doesn't respect me." He sighed, long and heavy, the way he always did when he thought I was being difficult. "Caleb, you're not thinking clearly. You've always been too emotional. That's why we did what we did." I froze. "What do you mean, what you did?" There was a long pause before he answered. "Rachel called us crying the night you broke things off. She didn't know what to do. So we told her to come stay here for a while until you came to your senses." It took me a second to process what he was saying. "You what?" "She needed support, Caleb," he said, like this was the most obvious thing in the world. "She's family too." I felt like someone had punched me in the chest. "She's not family," I said quietly. "She was my girlfriend." "Was? And you invited her to live with you?" "For now," Dad said. "We just don't want you to make a rash decision. If you could just sit down with her, talk like adults." "Like adults." I cut him off, my voice sharper than I intended. "Dad, she humiliated me. She laughed in my face and told me I should be fine with her partying with her ex every weekend. And your solution is to let her move in with you. She's going through a lot," he said, completely unfazed by my anger. "She needs stability right now. We all do. And you blowing up your life like this isn't helping anyone." That was it. That was the moment the last thread of trust one had snapped. "Dad," I said, my voice shaking now, not from fear but from pure rage, "you chose her over me. You didn't even bother to ask for my side of the story before you gave my girlfriend, my ex, a room in your house. Do Do you have any idea how humiliating that is? There was silence on the line, and then he said, "You're overreacting." I hung up. For a long time, I just sat there on my couch, phone still in my hand, staring at nothing. My mind was buzzing, but at the same time, everything felt strangely quiet, like a switch had flipped. This wasn't just about Rachel anymore. It hadn't been for a while, but now it was clear. My own parents had sided with the person who hurt me the most, without hesitation, without even bothering to ask me how I felt. They'd crossed a line, one I couldn't pretend away. The next day, I drove to my parents' house. I didn't text ahead, didn't call. I just showed up, parked in the driveway, and walked up to the front door. I could see Rachel's car parked at the curb, and for a moment, I almost turned back. But I didn't. My mom answered the door, and her face lit up, like she thought this meant I was coming around. "Caleb," she said, stepping aside to let me in. "We're so glad you came." I didn't smile. "Where's Dad?" "In the kitchen," she said, hesitating. "And Rachel's here too. We were just having lunch." Of course she was. I walked into the kitchen, and there they were, Dad at the head of the table, Mason scrolling on his phone, and Rachel sitting comfortably like she'd been there for weeks. When she saw me, her face shifted into what I can only describe as a smug smile. "Caleb," she said softly, like she was the injured party here, "I'm so glad you came. We really need to talk." I ignored her and looked at my dad. "I want my stuff," I said flatly. "Anything I left here, I'm taking it today." Dad frowned. "Caleb, sit down. You're being childish. We just want to help you work through this." I turned to leave, but then I heard Mason snicker under his breath. "Guess Mom was right," he muttered. "You really can't handle a woman with a past." That was the final straw. I spun back around, my voice sharper than I'd ever heard it. "This isn't about her past, Mason. This is about respect. Something none of you seem to understand." Rachel started to say something, but I cut her off. "And you," I said, my voice low, "I don't ever want to see you again. Not here, not at my parents' house, not anywhere. You lost that right the night you told me I should be okay with you running back to your ex." The room went silent. No one moved. I grabbed the boxes of my things from the garage, loaded them into my car, and drove off without saying another word. By the time I got back to my apartment, my phone was blowing up with missed calls and texts. Mom begging me to please come back so we can talk this out. Dad accusing me of tearing this family apart. Mason sending me memes mocking me for being dramatic. But the message that hit the hardest was from Rachel. "You're not just losing me, Caleb. You're losing your family. Think about that before it's too late." I sat there staring at the screen for a long time, feeling this strange mix of heartbreak and clarity. They were trying to corner me, to make me choose between myself and them. And for the first time in my life, I was ready to choose myself, no matter what it cost me. But if they thought I was just going to quietly disappear while they played happy family with my ex, they were about to learn just how wrong they were. Because that night, as I packed another box, I made a decision. I wasn't just going to leave. I was going to make sure they understood exactly what they'd thrown away, and I was going to do it in a way they'd never forget. That night was the first time I really felt what it meant to be alone. I sat on the floor of my half-empty apartment, surrounded by open boxes, and listened to the silence. It wasn't the peaceful kind of silence you get on a quiet morning. It was heavy, pressing down on me, making the space feel smaller with every minute that passed. Up until that point, I had always assumed that no matter what happened, no matter how bad things got, my family would at least be in my corner. Sure, we had our disagreements. Sure, Mason got most of the praise growing up while I got told to be the bigger person. But at the end of the day, I believed they cared about me, about my happiness. But that night, staring at the walls that felt closer than ever, I realized they didn't care about what was best for me. They cared about what was easiest for them, what kept their version of family harmony intact. And that version apparently included my ex-girlfriend having a seat at their table and me being expected to swallow my pride so no one had to feel uncomfortable. The weight of that hit me all at once. I didn't cry. I thought I might, but no tears came. Instead, I felt this dull ache in my chest, like someone had scooped out everything inside and left nothing but a hollow echo. The next morning, I woke up on the floor, my back sore from falling asleep there, and for a few moments, I forgot where I was. Then my phone buzzed and reality came rushing back. It was another voicemail from my mom. "Caleb, please just come over. We can fix this. Rachel is still here, and she wants to talk to you. This is your chance to make things right. Make things right. The phrase made my stomach turn, as if the responsibility was mine, as if I was the one who had broken something. I didn't call her back. Instead, I dragged myself into the kitchen, made coffee, and sat at the counter staring at my phone. I thought about deleting every number in my contacts that had caused me pain this week. My parents, Mason, even Rachel's. I thought about blocking them all, cutting the cord completely. But something in me hesitated. Maybe it was habit, maybe it was fear, but I couldn't quite bring myself to press block. It felt too final, too much like admitting defeat. So I left the phone face down on the counter and forced myself to get through the day. I went to work. I smiled when my coworkers asked how the move was going, and I pretended everything was fine. But when I got home that night, the loneliness was waiting for me. The thing about betrayal is that it doesn't just hurt because of what someone did, it hurts because of who they are. My dad's voice kept replaying in my head, calm and authoritative, as if his decision to let Rachel move in was logical and justified. My mom's pleas kept echoing, not asking how I was feeling, but begging me to make things right so she wouldn't have to deal with the tension. And then there was Mason, laughing at me like I was the punchline to one of his jokes. I sat in the dark for a long time that night, phone buzzing occasionally with messages I didn't check, until a thought crept into my head that made me sit up straighter. I didn't have to fight them head on. I didn't have to yell, or argue, or prove anything to them. I could simply move on, but do it so fully, so completely, that they would feel the absence of me in a way they couldn't ignore. The thought was both terrifying and liberating. I started making lists, actual lists, written on paper, of everything I needed to do before the move. Close out the lease. Set up utilities in the new apartment. Schedule the movers. Sell or donate furniture I didn't need. It was almost mechanical, the way I threw myself into it. Every time the ache in my chest got too heavy, I would check off another item on the list. It was a small victory, but it reminded me that my life was still moving forward, even if my family didn't approve. I also started going through old photos and letters, deciding what to keep and what to throw away. That was harder than I expected, seeing snapshots of birthdays and holidays, smiling faces around a dinner table where I no longer felt welcome. There was one photo in particular that stopped me cold. A Christmas picture from 2 years ago, me and Rachel sitting on the couch while my parents stood behind us, all of us smiling like we belonged together. I held it in my hands for a long time before quietly slipping it into the trash bag. By the end of that week, my apartment looked emptier than ever, but my head felt clearer. The loneliness was still there, but it was quieter now, replaced by something harder, sharper, resolve. I started thinking about what life would look like once I moved. New city, new job, no ties holding me back. No guilt trips. No unexpected interventions with my ex sitting in my parents' kitchen. The thought was intoxicating. And yet, every time I felt that little spark of excitement, I'd get another text from my mom reminding me that they hadn't given up on me fixing things with Rachel. One night, she even sent me a photo of Rachel cooking dinner in their kitchen, as if that would convince me to come over. That was when I realized my quiet walking away wasn't going to be enough. If I just left without saying anything, they'd tell themselves whatever story made them feel better, that I was being dramatic, that I'd come crawling back eventually, that they had done nothing wrong. No, I needed them to understand. I needed them to see, really see, that their choices had consequences. And so, late one night, I pulled out my notebook again. This time, I didn't write a to-do list. This time, I started mapping out a plan, not just for leaving, but for making sure my family finally took me seriously. I wasn't sure what that plan would look like yet, but I knew one thing. I was done letting them control the narrative. By the time I put the pen down, it was well past midnight. But for the first time in weeks, I slept through the night. Because now, it wasn't just about surviving the betrayal. It was about what came next. Something shifted in me after that night. I woke up with more energy than I'd felt in weeks, like the act of putting my plan on paper had cleared a fog I didn't realize I'd been living under. I poured myself coffee, sat down with my notebook again, and began refining the plan. It wasn't revenge, not yet, but it was clarity. A roadmap. The first step was simple: detach completely. I muted the family group chat, unfollowed Rachel on every social platform, and blocked Mason's number after he sent me another mocking meme. I didn't announce it. I didn't warn anyone. I just disappeared from their digital world. At first, The silence was unsettling. No texts buzzing, no calls, no notifications from the group chat lighting up my screen. But then I realized it was peaceful. The extra headspace did something to me. At work, I found myself more focused than ever. Instead of checking my phone every hour or replaying family drama in my head, I threw myself into projects. My boss noticed almost immediately. "Whatever you're doing," he said with a grin during our weekly meeting, "keep it up. You're on fire lately." That comment stuck with me all day. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't Caleb the peacemaker or Caleb the good son. I was just Caleb, a man doing his job well, living his own life. With the promotion officially in motion, HR started walking me through relocation benefits, and I was stunned at how generous they were. They were covering the movers, part of my first month's rent, and even giving me a stipend to furnish my new place. It felt like everything was lining up, like the universe was quietly nudging me forward. In the evenings, I started jogging through the park near my apartment. It wasn't something I'd ever had the habit of doing, but there was something therapeutic about putting on headphones, feeling the cool night air, and just running until my chest burned. Every step felt like I was shedding the weight of the past few months, leaving it behind on the pavement. After a week of that routine, I noticed I was sleeping better, eating better, even smiling more at strangers. But the real turning point came one Saturday morning when I was packing a box of books and found an old leather journal I hadn't opened in years. It was full of notes, ideas, and sketches from when I was fresh out of college. All the dreams I had about starting my own business one day, or writing a book, or traveling the country. I sat there on the floor flipping through those pages and realized something. For the past few years, I'd been living small, playing it safe, saying no to opportunities because they might inconvenience someone else. And here I was, finally saying yes to myself. That afternoon, I drove across town to visit my new apartment for the first time since signing the lease. It was still empty, but standing in that space, imagining where everything would go, I felt a rush of excitement I hadn't felt since I was a kid. I snapped a few photos, the big windows, the view of the city, the balcony where I could picture myself having coffee on quiet mornings, and saved them to my phone. I didn't send them to anyone, not yet, but just having them felt like holding on to a secret victory. Meanwhile, the silence from my family was starting to break. My mom left another voicemail, this time her voice sounding tighter, more worried. "Caleb, honey, we haven't heard from you in days. I wish you'd just talk to us. Rachel's still here. She says she's sorry and just wants to explain. Can't you give her 5 minutes?" But the thing was, for the first time, I didn't want to give them 5 minutes. Every day I kept my distance. I could feel my resolve hardening, my spine straightening. The following week, my boss sent me to the new city for 2 days to meet my future team. It was supposed to be a simple orientation trip, but it ended up being exactly what I needed. The new office was bright, full of energy, and everyone seemed genuinely excited to have me join them. We went out for lunch as a team, laughed over stories, and I couldn't help but notice how refreshing it felt to be around people who only knew me as the new guy with great ideas, not as someone's son or brother or boyfriend. That night, I checked into the hotel, sat on the edge of the bed, and realized I was smiling for no reason. It hit me then. I wasn't just running away from my old life. I was running towards something better. When I flew back home, I hit the ground running, literally and figuratively. I scheduled the movers, finalized my paperwork, and started selling off furniture I didn't need. My evenings were no longer spent scrolling through texts that made my blood boil. Instead, I found myself researching restaurants near my new apartment, parks, bookstores, even local coffee shops I wanted to try out. Every box I packed felt like one more step out of the past. Then something interesting started happening. My absence started to get noticed. One night, I got a text from Mason, not a meme this time, but a short, clipped message. "Mom's worried sick. Call her." I didn't. The next day, my mom left another voicemail. This one sounded different, less pleading, more frantic. "Caleb, your dad is upset. He says he doesn't understand why you're shutting everyone out. Please, just come to dinner Sunday night so we can talk like a family." I listened to the message twice, then set the phone down and smiled to myself. They were starting to feel it, the space I had created. And instead of rushing in to fill that space like I used to, I let it sit there. Let them sit with it. The following weekend, I went back to the new city on my own dime. No work obligations this time, just to get more familiar with the area. I spent 2 days exploring, finding a little diner that served the best pancakes I'd ever had, and even stumbling upon a used bookstore with a reading nook that felt like it had been waiting for me. I posted a photo of the city skyline on my social media. Nothing dramatic, no caption explaining where I was. And within an hour, Mason texted me. "Where are you?" "Mom's freaking out." I didn't reply. It felt good, in a strange way. Not cruel, just freeing. By the end of that trip, I felt like a different person. Stronger, lighter, ready. I went home and circled my move date on the calendar with a red marker. 2 weeks left. And for the first time, I wasn't counting down in dread. I was counting down like it was the best holiday of the year. Because soon, I wouldn't just be walking away. I'd be stepping into something entirely new. And they were going to see just how much better I was without the weight they'd been putting on my shoulders. But just as everything seemed to be falling into place, something happened that forced me to rethink my quiet exit. Because the very next week, I found out just how far my dad was willing to go to fix this situation. And it wasn't just a phone call or a guilt trip this time. It was something much bigger and much harder to forgive. The next week started out like any other. I was in the middle of labeling boxes when my phone buzzed with a call from an unknown number. I almost didn't answer, thinking it was a telemarketer, but something in me said to pick up. "Hi, is this Caleb Turner?" a polite female voice asked. "Yes," I said cautiously. "This is Karen from Westview Credit Union. I'm calling to confirm an address change request we received for your account ending in 0724. I froze. I didn't bank with Westview. My accounts were with a completely different bank. "I think you have the wrong person," I said. There was a pause. "This is the number we have on file," she said. "The request was submitted yesterday afternoon, and it lists your parents' address as your primary residence. We just need verbal confirmation before we process it." My stomach dropped. I thanked her, asked her to put a hold on the change, and hung up. My dad. He'd tried to change my mailing address back to their house, probably thinking he could intercept my bank statements, or worse, meddle with my finances in some way to keep tabs on me. The realization hit me like a bucket of cold water. This wasn't just guilt trips and emotional manipulation anymore. They were actively trying to insert themselves into my personal life without my consent. I felt a chill run through me, but underneath it, something else stirred. Not fear. Resolve. I spent the rest of the day on the phone, first with the credit union to make sure nothing had been changed, then with my actual bank to put extra security on my accounts, including a password that only I knew. I even froze my credit temporarily to make sure no one could open anything in my name. By the time I was done, my hands were still shaking, but not just from anger, from a strange kind of excitement. Because now, I had proof. Proof that they had crossed a line so blatantly that even if they tried to spin it later, I could show exactly what happened. That night, I sat down with my notebook and added a new section, leverage. I wrote down everything, the date, the time, the credit union's name, the representative's direct line. If my dad ever tried to claim he was just looking out for me, I could point to this and say, "No, you were trying to control me." But as I wrote, another idea began to take shape. For weeks, my family had been pushing me to come to them, to have one last talk, to sit down and smooth things over on their terms. What if I flipped the script? What if, instead of quietly leaving and letting them rewrite the story, I made sure they knew exactly why I was leaving, and did it in a way that made it impossible for them to twist my words? The thought electrified me. I wasn't talking about yelling or some dramatic confrontation where everyone screamed at each other. That would just give them the chance to call me emotional again and dismiss what I said. No, I was thinking of something colder, smarter, something they couldn't argue with because it wouldn't be a fight, it would be a statement. Over the next few days, I put my plan into motion. Step 1 was writing a letter. Not a rant, not an angry outburst, but a carefully crafted explanation of everything. Why I broke up with Rachel, why I accepted the promotion, and how their decision to side with her and to let her live in their house had shattered my trust. I detailed the address change attempt, too, and how deeply it violated my privacy. I wrote and rewrote that letter until it was perfect, calm, measured, but with no room for misinterpretation. Every sentence was like a brick being laid in a wall, solid and immovable. Step 2 was timing. I decided I wouldn't send it until the day before the movers came. That way, by the time they received it, I'd already be gone. But there was one last step that I couldn't resist. I rented a small storage unit in the new city, not for my stuff. The movers would take care of that, but for something else. A box of mementos from my childhood. Old photos, school awards, letters my mom had written me when I was a kid. Things I'd kept because they reminded me of better times. I wasn't throwing them away, not yet, but I was leaving them behind, literally and figuratively. They didn't get to hold that part of me hostage anymore. Meanwhile, I started noticing subtle shifts from my family. Mason sent me another text, but this time it wasn't mocking. "You're really not coming to dinner Sunday," he wrote. "Mom's been crying all week. Dad's acting like you joined a cult or something." I stared at the message for a long time before typing a short reply. "No, I told you I'm moving." He didn't respond. 2 days later, I got a message from Rachel herself. "Caleb, I'm moving out of your parents' house," it read. "This whole thing has gotten way too tense. I just wanted you to know I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you." For a moment, I almost felt a pang of sympathy. Almost. But then I remembered the smirk on her face when I came to get my stuff. The way she told me I'd never have a real relationship if I couldn't learn to forgive. I didn't reply. Instead, I added one last paragraph to my letter. "By the time you read this, I will be gone. I love you, but I will no longer be the one holding this family together at the cost of my own self-respect. If you want to have a relationship with me in the future, it will be on the basis of mutual respect, not guilt, not control, and not manipulation." I sealed it in an envelope and placed it on my counter, ready to be mailed on moving day. And then, as if the universe wanted to test my resolve one last time, my dad called again. I almost let it go to voicemail, but curiosity got the better of me. "Caleb," he said, sounding strangely calm, "I heard you're moving next week. If you walk out that door, don't expect us to be waiting when you come back." For a split second, the old me, the people pleaser, wanted to panic, to beg, to try to fix things. But instead, I felt something else. A strange, quiet power. Because this time, I had the upper hand. And I wasn't about to waste it. Moving day arrived sooner than I expected, but by then, I was ready. Not just logistically, but emotionally. The movers came early in the morning, and I supervised while they carried out the last of my furniture. Every piece that left the apartment felt like a burden being lifted. By noon, the space was completely empty, and all that remained was the echo of my own footsteps. I stood in the middle of the room for a moment, taking it all in. This was where I'd spent late nights wondering if I was making a mistake, where I'd first gotten the call from my dad, where I'd sat on the floor with a hollow chest feeling like I'd lost everything. But I wasn't that person anymore. I grabbed the envelope with my letter, the one I had spent days perfecting, and tucked it into my jacket pocket. Then I got in my car and drove, not to the post office like I originally planned, but to my parents' house. If this was going to be my last act before leaving, I wanted to do it face to face. The driveway was crowded when I arrived. My parents' cars, Mason's truck. Of course, it was Sunday. The whole family was here. My stomach tightened, but instead of fear, I felt a kind of calm clarity. When I rang the doorbell, my mom answered. Her expression went from surprise to relief in an instant. "Caleb," she said, reaching for my arm. "I'm so glad you." "I'm not staying," I said gently, stepping past her. The living room was just like I remembered it. Neat, comfortable, filled with the smell of my mom's cooking. Dad was sitting in his recliner, Mason on the couch, both looking up as I entered. "Caleb," Dad said, his tone already edged with disapproval. "You finally decided to come to your senses?" I didn't answer. Instead, I pulled the envelope from my jacket and placed it on the coffee table. "What's this?" Mason asked, frowning. "A letter," I said. "Everything I have to say is in there." Dad leaned forward, scowling. "If you have something to say it to our faces. Don't be a coward." I looked at him, really looked at him, and felt a strange sense of detachment. This was the man I had spent years trying to please, bending over backward to earn his approval. And right then, I realized I didn't need it anymore. "I already did," I said quietly. "You just didn't listen." Mom looked stricken. "Caleb, please. I'm moving today," I continued, keeping my voice steady. "Across the country. I won't be back for a long time. Maybe ever. You can read the letter after I'm gone, and then you can decide how you want to move forward." Mason scoffed. "This is so dramatic, dude. You're running away over a girl." I turned to him, calm as ever. "This isn't about Rachel anymore. This is about the fact that my feelings have never been taken seriously in this family. This is about you all inviting my ex into your house without a second thought, siding with her over me, and even trying to change my bank address so you could keep tabs on me. That made Dad shift uncomfortably. Good. He hadn't expected me to know about that. You have no idea what you're talking about, he said, but his voice was just a little too defensive. I do, I replied evenly. The credit union called me. I have their report with the date and time of the request. You crossed a line, Dad, and that's why I'm done. The room was dead silent. For a moment, no one spoke. My mom's eyes were shiny with tears, Mason's jaw was tight, and my dad looked like he'd just been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't shout. I just stood there, perfectly calm, and let them sit in the weight of it. Then I turned toward the door. Caleb, wait, Mom said, stepping forward. Please, if you go now. I am going, I said softly, but with finality. You can call me when you're ready to treat me like someone whose voice matters. Until then, I have nothing more to say. I walked out without another word. Outside, the air felt crisp and cool, like a reset button had just been pressed. I got into my car, drove to the nearest mailbox, and dropped a second copy of the letter inside just to make sure they couldn't ignore it later. And then I drove away, not just from their house, but from the entire city. It was a long drive to the new place, hours of open road ahead of me, but for the first time in months, I felt completely at peace. I wasn't running anymore. I was free. When I arrived at my new apartment late that night, I set my phone on the counter and left it there without checking it. Whatever voicemails or texts were waiting could stay there until morning. Instead, I opened the blinds, stepped out onto the balcony, and just stood there looking out over the city lights. And I smiled, not because everything was perfect, but because I had finally chosen myself. The real revenge wasn't yelling or slamming doors or proving them wrong. It was standing in that quiet apartment, hundreds of miles away, living a life that was entirely mine, and knowing that they were going to have to sit with the knowledge that they pushed me to this point. And something told me they weren't going to like that feeling one bit. Because the next morning, when I finally checked my phone, I saw exactly what I expected. Missed calls, dozens of them, and one message from my dad, short and clipped. We need to talk. I put the phone down and smiled to myself. They were feeling it now, the space, the silence, the consequence of their choices. And I wasn't done yet, because I had one more step planned, one final, undeniable way to make sure they never forgot what happened here. The morning after the move felt different, almost unnervingly quiet. The kind of quiet that comes after a storm, when everything has been torn apart but the air is finally clear. I brewed coffee in my new kitchen, still half full of unpacked boxes, and opened my phone. The notifications were endless, calls, texts, even voicemails. For a moment, I considered deleting them all and starting fresh. But then I pressed play on the first voicemail. It was my mom. Her voice was shaky. Caleb, we read your letter. I didn't realize how hurt you were. I thought we were helping. I just wanted to keep the family together, but maybe I made things worse. Please call me. The next voicemail was from Dad, and it sounded nothing like the man who had lectured me over the phone just a week ago. His voice was lower, slower. I didn't mean to violate your trust, son. I thought I was protecting you, but I can see now that I overstepped. I should have let you handle things your own way. If you ever want to talk, my door's open. There was one from Mason, too, though his was more blunt. Okay, fine. You win. Mom's been crying for days and Dad's been in a mood. You got what you wanted. Hope you're happy. I wasn't happy, not exactly, but I wasn't sad either. I listened to the rest of the voicemails, most of them variations of apologies, attempts to justify their actions, and awkward admissions that they'd made mistakes. And as I sat there sipping coffee, I realized something important. This was the first time in my life that my family wasn't brushing my feelings aside. They weren't telling me to calm down. They weren't telling me to compromise. They were finally sitting with the fact that I wasn't coming back, not unless they learned how to respect me. Later that week, I got a package in the mail with no return address. Inside was a stack of old family photos, neatly bundled together with a note on top in my mom's handwriting. We thought you'd want these for your new place. I sat there holding the bundle, staring at the familiar faces smiling back at me. This time, though, the photos didn't sting the way they had before. Instead, they felt like a choice, something I could keep, not something I was chained to. I put them in a small box and slid it onto a shelf. Not front and center, but not hidden either. Just there. 2 weeks later, my mom called again, this time not to beg, but just to ask how I was doing. The conversation was short, polite, almost cautious. It felt like a new chapter, one where we might actually build something healthy instead of replaying the same old pattern. But the most surprising moment came a month later, when Mason called me out of the blue. "Hey," he said, his tone more serious than usual. "I've been thinking about what you said. About respect. Maybe I haven't been the best brother." I leaned back in my chair, stunned. Mason had never apologized for anything in his life, at least not to me. "I appreciate that," I said quietly. He hesitated, then said, "Mom and Dad are different lately. Less, I don't know, controlling. I think you scared them straight." I chuckled softly. I didn't scare them. I just finally told them where the line was. We didn't talk long, but when I hung up, I felt a weight I hadn't even realized I was carrying lift off my shoulders. The family dinners I used to dread eventually started up again, just without Rachel at the table. She had apparently moved out of state herself, and whatever story she told about what happened between us didn't matter anymore, because I had my own story now. And it ended here, on a cool evening a few months later, when I stood on the balcony of my new apartment, watching the sun sink behind the city skyline. The world felt wide open, full of possibilities. I took a deep breath, pulled out my phone, and sent one final message to the family group chat, the first I'd sent in months. "Dinner's on me next time I'm in town. My treat. We can catch up, if you're ready." A minute later, my mom sent a heart emoji. I smiled, set the phone down, and leaned on the balcony railing, feeling the warm wind on my face. This wasn't the ending where everything was magically fixed. This was better because it was real. I had walked away, I had set my boundaries, and I had proven to myself, and to them, that I could build a life that was mine. And as I stood there watching the city lights flicker to life, I said it out loud, just for myself. I'm finally free. And for the first time in a long time, I truly believed it.
My girlfriend texted, "I think we should open our relationship, but only on my side." I responded, "Sounds fair." Then I closed my wallet, my apartment, and my time for her. She learned what open really meant when she couldn't reach me for 5 days. I, 28 male, had been with Chloe, 26, for 3 years. We'd been living together for the last year in my apartment. I thought things were solid until last Monday when she dropped this bomb via text while I was at work. "Babe, I've been thinking. I want to explore my sexuality and experience more before we settle down. I think we should open our relationship." I texted back, "Let's talk about this when I get home." "No, I've already decided, but just on my side. You're perfect the way you are. You don't need anyone else." I stared at my phone for a solid minute. My coworker Anton noticed my face. "You good?" I showed him the texts. He whistled low. "That's bold." When I got home, Chloe was dressed up, like really dressed up. New dress I'd never seen. "So," she said, twirling, "what do you think? About the dress or the one-sided open relationship?" She giggled. "Both. I have a date tonight with this guy from my yoga class. Isn't this exciting? A date? Already?" "Well, we've been talking for a few weeks." "Weeks?" "Just as friends, but now we can explore more. You're okay with this, right? I mean, you're so secure and mature." The manipulation was off the charts. I took a deep breath. "You know what? Sounds fair." Her face lit up. "Really? OMG, you're the best. I knew you'd understand. Totally. Have fun tonight." She kissed me on the cheek and practically skipped out. The second the door closed, I got to work. First, I called my landlord, Mr. Hoffman. Explained the situation. "She's not on the lease, right?" he asked. "Nope." "Then she's your guest? You want her gone?" "Not yet, but I need you to know what's happening." Next, I went through our finances. We'd been splitting things, but I noticed something interesting. She hadn't paid her half of utilities in 2 months, or groceries in 3. I'd been on autopilot, not noticing. Her car insurance, on my policy. Her phone, on my plan. Netflix, Hulu, HBO, Spotify, all mine. I didn't cancel anything, yet. She came home at 2 a.m., humming. I pretended to be asleep. Tuesday she was glowing, couldn't stop talking about Trevor, yoga guy, and how connected they were. He's so spiritual, you know? He understands my need for growth. "That's great," I said, pouring my coffee. "You're not jealous?" "Why would I be?" "This was your decision. I respect it." She seemed confused but pleased. Wednesday, she asked for money. "Babe, can you Venmo me $200? I want to get my nails done for my date tonight." Oh, I figured since you're exploring independence and new experiences, you'd want to handle your own dating expenses. But you always pay for my nails. Right, when we were exclusive. But now you're dating other people. Doesn't seem fair for me to fund that. Her face scrunched up. You're being petty. How? You made a unilateral decision about our relationship. I'm just adjusting accordingly. She stomped off, paid for her own nails. Thursday was when things escalated. Why is my Netflix not working? She called from the living room. Oh, I changed the password. What? Why? Well, I'm reconsidering who has access to my accounts. Your accounts? We share everything. No, you use my accounts. There's a difference. She came storming into the kitchen. What's your problem? No problem. You wanted to open things up. I'm opening things up. That's not what I meant. What did you mean? I meant I could see other people, but everything else stays the same. So you want to date others while I pay for your life? You're twisting my words. I'm literally repeating them back to you. She grabbed her purse. I'm going to Trevor's. At least he appreciates me. Cool. Have fun. Friday, I took a personal day. Packed all her stuff, neatly, carefully, in boxes. Changed the locks. She had a key but wasn't on the lease. Totally legal. Put her boxes in the building storage room with a note. Your things. You have 30 days to collect them. Then I blocked her on everything and went to my buddy Jerome's lake house for the weekend. Turned off my phone. Update 1. I turned my phone back on Monday morning to 73 missed calls, 126 texts, and 32 emails. Not from Chloe, blocked, but from her friends, her mom, even Trevor. My favorite was from Trevor. Bro, your girl is crazy. She's been at my place since Friday freaking out. Can you come get her? I texted back. Not my girl anymore. Your problem now, Spiritual King. Chloe's best friend Mariah had left 15 voicemails, each more unhinged. I listened to them for entertainment while making breakfast. You can't just ghost her. She's having a panic attack. This is abusive. She didn't mean it. Trevor kicked her out. Answer your damn phone. I texted Mariah once. She wanted an open relationship. I opened it so wide she fell out. Not my problem. Then Chloe's mom Eleanor showed up at my apartment. Building security called me. There's a woman here claiming to be your mother-in-law. I'm not married. Don't let her up. I could hear Eleanor screeching in the background about that bastard who abandoned my baby. That afternoon, I got a text from an unknown number. It was Chloe using her mom's phone. We need to talk. This is insane. You can't just throw me out. I responded, I didn't throw you out. You left to go to Trevor's Thursday night? I assumed you moved in with him since you're exploring new connections. You changed the locks. Safety reasons. Lots of strangers coming and going lately. That's not funny. Neither is being told your girlfriend wants to sleep around while you foot the bill. I never said that. I sent her a screenshot of her original text about the one-sided open relationship. That's out of context. The context is literally right there. She tried calling. I didn't answer. Tuesday evening, the real entertainment began. Chloe had apparently been couch surfing. Trevor lasted 2 days before kicking her out. She went to Mariah's, but Mariah's boyfriend wasn't cool with it. Then to her mom's, but Eleanor lived in a studio apartment. According to Instagram, I had a burner account. She was posting cryptic quotes about toxic men and narcissistic abuse, and when he can't handle a strong, independent woman. My ex-girlfriend before Chloe, Amy, who I'm still friends with, sent me screenshots of Chloe deeming her. Girl to girl, what's his deal? Why is he like this? Like what? Cruel, vindictive, controlling. That doesn't sound like him at all. What happened? I just asked for some space to explore myself and he evicted me. You asked for space and he gave you all of it. Sounds fair. You're just still in love with him. LMAO, no, I'm married with twins, but nice try. Amy sent me laughing emojis. Dodged a bullet there, buddy. Update 2 by Wednesday, Chloe had retained a lawyer. Or tried to. Turns out lawyers cost money, and Chloe had exactly $74 in her account. How do I know? Because she accidentally sent me a screenshot meant for Mariah showing her bank balance while complaining about financial abuse. Her mom Eleanor called me from a different number Thursday morning. You need to take her back. No, she made a mistake. She made a choice. She's staying in my studio. I can't live like this. Maybe you should have raised her to understand consequences. How dare you? I hung up. Thursday afternoon, I get a call from my building manager. Hey, just a heads up, someone tried to break into your apartment. What? Don't worry, they didn't get in. New locks held. We have it on camera. Want to press charges? I watched the footage. It was Chloe, trying her old key, then attempting to jimmy the lock with a credit card like she saw in movies. Security approached her and she ran. I decided not to press charges, but did file a police report for documentation. That evening, Trevor reached out again. Dude, I'm sorry, I didn't know she had a boyfriend. You didn't know? You met her at yoga. She talked about me. She said you were her ex, said you were controlling, and she finally got free. I sent him the timeline, her text about opening the relationship, dated Monday, her first date with him, that same night. Holy shit, she played me. Yup. She told me you were abusive, said you controlled all the money and wouldn't let her see friends. I paid for everything because she spent her money on yoga classes and weed, never stopped her from seeing anyone. Damn. She's at some dude named Kyle's place now, Gabu. Met him on Tinder Tuesday. Already, it's been 4 days since she left my place. Bro, she's been active. Matched with like 50 dudes talking about needing a place to stay. Friday morning, I get served. She's suing me for illegal eviction and emotional distress. I laughed so hard the process server looked concerned. I called my lawyer friend, Dimitri. She wants $10,000 for emotional distress and 3 months of living expenses, he read, chuckling. This is adorable. She wasn't a tenant, right? Nope. Guest, not on the lease, never paid rent. Did she receive mail there? Some, but I have texts of her saying she was staying with me temporarily until she figured things out. From when? 2 months ago when she was apartment hunting but decided my place was nicer. Perfect. This will be dismissed immediately. Countersue? For what? Attempted break-in, defamation, the social media posts, and my personal favorite? Fraud. Fraud? She's been telling people you were already broken up when you weren't. That's fraud to obtain goods and services, specifically housing from Trevor and others. Do it. Update 3. Weekend was quiet. Too quiet. Then Monday hit like a hurricane. Chloe's mom, Eleanor, partnered with Chloe to create a Women Supporting Women post on Facebook, claiming I was an abuser who financially controlled and isolated Chloe, then made her homeless when she tried to assert independence. The post went semi-viral in our area. 900 shares. Problem was, I had receipts. I created my own post. Since my ex wants to make this public, here's the actual timeline with screenshots. Monday, she texts me wanting to open our relationship, but only for her. Monday night, she goes on date with Trevor, predetermined. Tuesday, Thursday, she continues living in my apartment, asking me for money for dates. Thursday night, she leaves for Trevor's voluntarily. Friday, I pack her things safely after she doesn't come home. I have paid 100% of rent, utilities, and her car insurance for 6 months. She has not contributed financially while living with me. She is not on the lease. She chose to leave for another man's house. I have every right to change my locks when someone who doesn't live there anymore has a key. But sure, I'm the abuser. I attached every screenshot. The original open relationship but only for me text. Her Venmo requests for date money, her texts about staying temporarily. Everything. The post got 2,000 shares in 6 hours. Turns out Chloe had done this before. 3 of her exes reached out. She did the same to him in college. She convinced him to pay for her semester, then dumped him. Ricardo. She lived with him rent-free for a year, cheated, then claimed abuse when he kicked her out. We formed a group chat called Chloe Survivors Society. Kyle, the Tinder guy, messaged me Monday night. Yo, is this your ex? Profile. Unfortunately, she's at my place right now talking about moving in. It's been 3 days. Run, dude. Already packing her shit. Thanks for the warning. Tuesday morning, Chloe was officially homeless. Eleanor couldn't handle her anymore. Mariah blocked her after Chloe tried to seduce Mariah's boyfriend to prove he wasn't loyal. Trevor had already blocked her. Kyle kicked her out. She'd burned through 5 couches in under 2 weeks. Final update. The court hearing for her lawsuit was yesterday. It was glorious. Chloe showed up in what I can only describe as an outfit of desperation. A dress way too formal for small claims court, like she was going to the Oscars. The judge reviewed her complaint, then looked at my counter evidence. The lease, only my name. Bank statements showing I paid everything. Her texts admitting she was staying temporarily. The original open relationship text. Security footage of her trying to break in. Screenshots of her defamatory posts. Miss Chloe. The judge began, already looking tired. You were not a tenant. You were a guest. You left voluntarily to stay with another man. Your ex-partner had every right to change his locks. But Your Honor, I had nowhere to go. According to these texts, you went to Trevor's house, then Kyle's, then several others. You had plenty of places to go. He financially abused me. By not paying for your dates with other men? The courtroom actually laughed. Chloe turned red. This is sexist. The judge, who was a woman, raised an eyebrow. How? He's using his financial privilege against me. His financial privilege of paying his own rent? More laughter. The judge dismissed her case with prejudice. She can't refile, and granted my countersuit. She owes me $500 for the attempted break-in, $1,000 for defamation, $20,500 for the 6 months of utilities insurance she never paid. She screamed, actually screamed in court. I don't have $4,000. Then I suggest you find employment, the judge said dryly. Eleanor stood up. This is unfair. He manipulated the system. The judge looked at her. Ma'am, your daughter wanted to have her cake and eat it too. She learned that actions have consequences. Case dismissed. Outside the courthouse, Chloe tried one last manipulation. I loved you, she said, fake tears rolling. How could you do this to me? You did this to yourself. You wanted to open the relationship. I just opened it all the way. I didn't mean it like that. Then you should have communicated like an adult instead of announcing you were going to date others while I subsidized your life. Trevor walked by at that moment. He was there for a traffic ticket. Saw us, immediately turned around. Chloe ran after him. Trevor? Baby. We could try again. He literally jogged away. Jogged. Eleanor grabbed my arm. You ruined her life. No, she ruined her own life. I just stopped financing it. As of today, Chloe is living with a cousin out of state. She's working at a call center, according to LinkedIn. Eleanor had to pay the $4,000 judgment to keep Chloe's credit from being destroyed. Trevor is in therapy. He texted me. Kyle started a TikTok series called Red Flags I Ignored. Chloe is episode 1. The Chloe Survivors Society has monthly Zoom calls. It's actually therapeutic. I'm dating someone new, Rebecca from my rock climbing group. She has her own apartment, job, and doesn't believe in one-sided anything. Last week I got one final text from an unknown number. I know this is Chloe. I'm sorry. I messed up. I just wanted to feel desired and special. Can we talk? I replied, you wanted an open relationship where only you could see other people. That's not exploring or feeling special. That's narcissism. Please don't contact me again. You're really gonna throw away 3 years? You threw them away the moment you decided I should fund your dating life. Goodbye. She's blocked again. But according to the Survivors Society, she's already trying the same script with some new guy. Posted about her toxic ex and how she needs a real man who understands polyamory. Poor dude has no idea what's coming. But that's not my problem anymore. I'm just living my life, paying my own bills, and dating someone who understands that relationships are a two-way street. Funny how opening the relationship all the way ended up closing it permanently. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Edit. For those asking, yes, this is all legal. She was never a tenant, just a guest. The judge confirmed this. Edit 2. Kyle's TikTok is blowing up. Chloe tried to copyright strike it, but she has no grounds. Edit 3. Rebecca read this and laughed so hard she cried. She says Chloe reminds her of her college roommate who wanted an open fridge policy, but only for her food. She handed me a list titled Things You Need to Change to Marry Me. I said, this is really helpful. Then I wrote my own list with one item on it, find a new girlfriend. I slid it back to her and walked out of the restaurant. I, 29 male, had been dating Bethany, 27, for about 18 months. We'd moved in together 6 months ago. Things seemed good, or so I thought. Looking back now, I guess the warning signs were there. The constant suggestions about my clothes, my friends, my hobbies. But I figured that's just relationships, right? Compromise and all that. Last Thursday, she asked me to meet her at this upscale Italian place downtown for dinner. Said she had something important to discuss. I'm thinking maybe she got a promotion or something. I show up, she's already there, looking serious as hell. There's a folder on the table. After we order, she slides the folder across to me. Before we take the next step in our relationship, we need to discuss some things. I open it. There's a laminated sheet titled, Requirements for Marriage, Areas Where Derek Needs Improvement. I kid you not. Laminated. Like she went to Kinko's for this. The list: 1. Income. Must increase salary by minimum 40% within 12 months. Current salary inadequate for our lifestyle goals. 2. Physical fitness. Join CrossFit specifically. Lose 15 pounds. Develop visible abs. 3. Vehicle. Trade in current Honda Civic for marriage-appropriate vehicle, BMW, Audi, or Mercedes only. 4. Wardrobe. Complete overhaul required. She'd attached a Pinterest board of approved looks. 5. Social circle. Phase out friends Corey, Miguel, and Josh. Negative influences on our future. 6. Hobbies. Gaming limited to 2 hours per week maximum. Golf lessons mandatory. Networking opportunity. 7. Family boundaries. Visits to my mother reduced to holidays only. 2. Attached. 8. Career path. Commit to MBA program by next fall. She'd already researched schools. 9. Housing. Must commit to purchasing home in specific neighborhood within 2 years. Minimum 3,500 scoop fit. Social media. Remove all photos with ex-girlfriends. Update relationship status to include her in profile pic. She's watching me read, sipping her wine. When I finish, she goes, I've thought long and hard about this. These are my non-negotiables. I need to know you're serious about our future. I stare at this list, then at her. She's dead serious. This is really helpful, I said. Her face lights up. I knew you'd understand. When can we start working on? I pull out my phone, open notes, type 1 line, find a new girlfriend. I show her the screen, place a $20 on the table for my drink, and walk out. My phone started blowing up before I even reached my car. Ignored it all. Went straight home, packed her stuff into boxes while she was bombing my phone. Changed the locks. Landlord was cool about it when I explained. Put her boxes in the building's mailroom with a note for her to pick them up by Sunday. The entitlement of thinking she could hand me a whole-ass improvement plan like I'm some kind of project? Nah, I'm good. Update 1. Yo, the fallout from this has been absolutely wild. Bethany's entitlement has reached levels I didn't even know existed. So after I left the restaurant, she apparently sat there for another hour waiting for me to come back. The waiter told me this later. I'm a regular there, and he was dying laughing about it. She kept telling other tables I was having a moment and would return once I processed everything. Friday morning she shows up at my work. Security had to escort her out. She was in the lobby with a PowerPoint presentation on her laptop, trying to show my coworkers Derek's transformation plan and asking them to talk sense into me. My manager Carl was like, "Bro, is this real life?" But here's where it gets insane. Friday evening, I get a call from my mom. "Honey, Bethany's here. She's brought a therapist?" I'm like, "What?" Turns out, Bethany drove 2 hours to my mom's house with an actual couples therapist she'd hired for an intervention. This therapist, Dr. Whitman, was apparently under the impression I was struggling with commitment phobia and that this was an emergency family session. My mom, bless her, let them in just to hear what they had to say. Bethany had created a whole presentation about my potential and how my mother had enabled my underachievement. The therapist started to realize something was off when my mom asked, "So did Derek agree to this session?" "Bethany, he will once he understands what he's throwing away." The therapist noped out real quick after that, told Bethany this was inappropriate and left. My mom told Bethany to leave too, but not before Bethany said, and I quote from my mom, "You're the reason he's like this. You never pushed him to be exceptional." My mom, the woman who raised me solo while getting her nursing degree. The audacity. Saturday, I get an email from Bethany's dad, Richard. Subject line, business proposal. This man, who I'd met maybe 5 times, sent me a formal offer to join his construction company as a junior manager, with the salary increase Bethany required, contingent on me reconsidering my hasty decision and attending couples counseling with his daughter. But the real kicker? He CC'd Bethany and wrote, "I've solved the income issue. The other items on Bethany's list are reasonable and achievable with dedication." Sunday comes. Her pickup deadline. She doesn't come. Instead, her friend Tara shows up with a U-Haul and 3 guys. But here's the thing. Bethany had given them a list of stuff to take that included my television, my gaming console, my coffee maker, and, I cannot make this up, my grandmother's china set that she claimed was basically hers since she used it more. Building security stopped them. I had to come down and point out exactly what was hers. Tara kept arguing that Bethany had invested in improving my apartment, so she deserved compensation. One of the moving guys actually apologized to me. Dude, she told us you were abusive and stealing her stuff. But you seemed chill and she sounds crazy. They refused to take anything not in the boxes after that. But we're not done. Oh no. Monday morning, yesterday, I get a LinkedIn notification. Bethany had updated her profile to say she was a life coach and relationship consultant and had published an article titled When You Outgrow Your Partner, A Guide to Upward Dating. She didn't name me, but it was obvious. She wrote about how she'd spent 18 months trying to elevate a partner who was content with mediocrity, and how she'd created a framework for relationship advancement that was rejected by someone too comfortable with average. The comments were brutal. Someone found my post, I'd shared it in a relationship advice group, and linked it. Her article got absolutely roasted. She deleted it within 2 hours, but screenshots were already everywhere. Last night, she sent one final text from her sister's phone. You'll regret this when you're 40 and alone with your video games. I replied, already having more fun alone with my video games than I had with your lists. Block that number too. My buddy Corey, one of the negative influences, brought over pizza and beer last night. We played COD until 3 a.m. Best Monday I've had in months. Update 2, I thought it was over. I was wrong. The entitlement escalation has been absolutely unhinged. So Wednesday, I get a call from my apartment complex office. There's been a complaint filed against me for illegal eviction and theft of property. Bethany had actually tried to file a formal complaint saying she was a legal tenant and I'd violated her rights. Here's the thing, she was never on the lease, never paid rent. She just moved in. The office lady, Deb, was like, Hon, I've seen some nonsense, but this is something else. She showed me the complaint form. Under duration of tenancy, Bethany had written 18 months, 6 months physical, 12 months spiritual. Spiritual tenancy. That was a new one. Thursday, I'm at the gym. The regular gym, not CrossFit, sorry Bethany. And who walks in? Richard. Her dad. This man, who's maybe been to a gym twice in his life, wearing brand new workout gear with the tag still visible, pretending to bump into me accidentally. Derek. What are the odds? The odds were 0, Richard. The gym's security footage later showed him sitting in his car in the parking lot for an hour waiting for me to show up. He corners me by the water fountain. Son, let's talk man to man. Bethany comes from a good family. She has high standards because she was raised to expect excellence. Maybe her delivery was wrong, but her intentions. Richard, she literally graded me like a performance review. She sees your potential. She sees a project. Then he drops this. I'll buy you the BMW myself. Consider it an early wedding gift. I laughed so hard I had to sit down. Richard, I don't want a BMW. I like my Civic. It's paid off. His face went red. You're gonna throw away my daughter over pride? She chose you. No, she chose who she thought she could turn me into. He stormed out, left his brand new gym bag behind. Friday was quiet, too quiet. Should have known something was coming. Saturday afternoon, I'm doing laundry in the building's basement when I get a text from an unknown number. Check your mail. In my mailbox is an envelope. Inside? A printout from a dating app. A profile for Derek, 29-inch with my photos, but a bio I definitely didn't write. Successful professional seeking ambitious woman to build an empire with. Recently out of a relationship with someone who couldn't match my drive. MBA candidate, CrossFit enthusiast, future homeowner. No time for games or mediocre mindsets. She'd made me a fake profile and was matching with women, having conversations as me. I know because my coworker Paulo calls me laughing. Bro, my sister just matched with you on Hinge and you're being weird as hell. You keep talking about synergy and power couples. But here's the truly psychotic part. She'd been scheduling dates. 3 women had been given my actual address and told to meet me at specific times. The first one showed up Saturday night while I was in sweats playing Elden Ring. This poor woman, Janet, was so confused. She was dressed up nice, had driven 45 minutes, and found me looking like I'd just woken up from a nap I had. I showed her the real situation. She was pissed. Turns out I had been talking to her for 3 days about our future villa in Tuscany and retiring by 45. Janet helped me report the profile. Then, plot twist, she stayed and we ordered Chinese food and laughed about the whole thing. She left her number. Call me when your ex is done being insane. You seem normal. Sunday, the grand finale. I wake up to my mom calling. Derek, why did I just receive an invoice? Bethany sent my mother an invoice for $8,743 itemized. Relationship coaching and life improvement consulting. 18 months at $200 a month, $3,600. Personal styling services, $1,200. Career counseling and MBA research, $500. Meal planning and nutrition guidance, $900. Social circle optimization, $400. Interior design consultation, $1,500. Future planning and goal setting, $643. At the bottom, payment due within 30 days. Failure to pay will result in legal action. My mom, who's the sweetest person ever, left Bethany a voicemail. Sweetheart, I'm going to need you to never contact me or my son again, and if you send me any more of your nonsense, I'll be billing you for the time I waste reading it. My rate is $300 an hour, minimum 4-hour blocks. But the best part? Bethany's sister Megan reached out to me on Instagram, not to defend Bethany, to apologize. Turns out, Bethany had done this before. Megan sent me screenshots from Bethany's ex from 2 years ago, going through almost the exact same thing. Different list, same energy. That guy had to get a restraining order. I tried to warn her about doing this again, Megan wrote. She thinks she's a lifestyle curator or some shit. I'm sorry you're dealing with this. Just document everything for the restraining order you'll probably need. So that's where we are. I've got a lawyer now, my buddy's cousin, giving me the friends and family rate. We're sending a cease and desist letter. I've documented everything. The funniest part? Corey, Miguel, and Josh have made a drinking game out of this. Every time Bethany tries something new, we take a shot. Miguel's girlfriend said we need to find a new game because y'all gonna get alcohol poisoning at this rate. Meanwhile, I'm still driving my Civic, still gaming whenever I want, still wearing my inadequate wardrobe, and honestly, living my best mediocre life. Final update, this is it, the conclusion to this absolutely bonkers saga. Strap in because Bethany's final boss mode was something else. So my lawyer sent the cease and desist letter. Normal people would stop here. Bethany is not normal people. She hired her own lawyer. This lawyer, somehow with a straight face, sent a counter letter demanding 1. Compensation for breach of implied contract to improve himself. 2. Return of invested time and emotional labor. 3. A public apology for defamation, me telling people what actually happened. 4. Damages for loss of future lifestyle she reasonably expected. My lawyer literally had to leave the room because he was laughing too hard. He came back with tears in his eyes. In 15 years, I've never seen someone sue for loss of imaginary future BMW. But while this legal nonsense was happening, Bethany went full nuclear. She started a TikTok series called Dating Down, My Story. She didn't show her face but used voice filters and those weird animated story things. Got maybe 10K views on the first video where she painted herself as a victim of a commitment-phobic man-child who couldn't handle a strong woman with standards. The comments were eating her alive though. Gen Z does not play. Someone found my posts, connected the dots, and her comments became, "Girl, you gave him a laminated list? The CrossFit requirement is sending me? Spiritual tendency, ma'am, please seek help." She deleted everything after video 3. But then came the masterstroke of entitlement. Bethany showed up at my cousin's wedding. My cousin's wedding. She wasn't invited. She was never invited. She was explicitly uninvited after we broke up. But there she was, in a white dress, yes, white, trying to catch the bouquet. My cousin Lucia was beyond pissed. Security tried to escort Bethany out, but she made a scene, started crying about how this should have been our wedding and how I'd stolen her dreams. Told everyone who would listen that I'd promised her we'd be engaged by now. My aunt, who takes no shit from anyone, walked up to Bethany and said, "Honey, you need to leave before I call the police. And take off that white dress. You look desperate." But Bethany's final move? She grabbed the mic during the reception and tried to make a speech about true love conquering obstacles while staring directly at me. The DJ cut her mic. My uncle Antonio and cousin Marco physically carried her out. She was yelling about suing for assault. Marco, who's a cop, just laughed and said, "Please do. I'd love to show this video in court." The restraining order was granted the next week. The judge read through everything. The list, the invoice to my mom, the fake dating profiles, the wedding crash, and just looked tired. "Ma'am, this behavior is concerning. You need to leave this man alone and perhaps seek professional help." Bethany tried to argue she was the victim. The judge cut her off. "You sent his mother an invoice for being his girlfriend. That's not normal." Order granted. 500 feet, no contact, 2 years. The aftermath. Richard called me to apologize. Turns out, Bethany had been telling her parents we were still working things out. He had no idea about the restraining order until he was served papers. She'd been using their address. He was mortified. "Derek, I don't know what to say. We didn't raise her to be like this." Megan, her sister, sent me one last message. She's in therapy now. Real therapy, not whatever that intervention thing was. Mom and Dad finally see what we've all been trying to tell them. Sorry you had to be the one to expose it. My favorite plot twist though? Janet, the woman from the fake date. We've been hanging out. She thinks the whole story is hilarious. She came to game night last week and absolutely destroyed us at Mario Kart. Corey said she's already cooler than Bethany ever was. She doesn't care that I drive a Civic. She actually said it's smart to have a paid-off car. Revolutionary concept. My mom framed the invoice Bethany sent her. It's hanging in her kitchen. She shows it to everyone. Can you believe this girl tried to bill me for dating my son? It's become legendary in our family. Last I heard through the grapevine, Lucia's husband works with someone who knows Bethany's coworker. She's moved back in with her parents and started a new self-improvement journey. Apparently, she's making lists for herself now. Growth, I guess? As for me, still gaming with the boys. Still wearing my inadequate wardrobe. Still driving my Civic. Added a bumper sticker that says, mediocre and proud. Miguel got me it as a joke, but honestly, it stays. Never did join CrossFit. Did start going to a boxing gym though. Not for her list, just figured I might need to defend myself from future crazy exes. The trainer asked why I joined. I told him this story, and now the whole gym knows me as List Guy. They printed out her list and put it on the wall as motivation, with a big red X through it. The best revenge? I'm happy. Genuinely happy. Living my average, mediocre, list-free life. Playing video games whenever I want. Visiting my mom every Sunday. Hanging with my negative influence friends. Bethany wanted me to change everything about myself to be worthy of marrying her. Turns out, I'm perfectly fine being unworthy of someone who sees love as a performance review. To everyone who followed this journey, thanks for the support and laughs. May your relationships be list-free and your standards be about actual compatibility, not someone's potential to buy you a BMW. Peace out from my adequate life. P.S. That PowerPoint she brought to my office? My coworkers saved it. We use it as a template for joke presentations now. Last week, Carl presented requirements for getting Derek to cover your shift, with items like must provide minimum 3 bags of Doritos and commit to watching the Office marathon. Even my manager laughed.
I'm glad to have you here. Follow my story until the end and comment the city you're watching from. When I stepped into that courtroom, my daughter Emily rolled her eyes and leaned toward her husband, James, whispering something that made them both smirk. But then something unexpected happened. The judge lifted his head from his stack of papers, his eyes locking on me. His expression froze as if the past had walked right into the room. "It's her," he said in a hushed voice, barely audible. The entire courtroom went silent. Lawyers paused mid-sentence. Clerks stopped typing. Even the bailiff shifted nervously. Emily's smug look wavered, and James frowned with confusion. They had no idea what those 2 words meant, but I did. I had lived long enough to recognize when fate was about to turn. They thought I was just an old woman clinging to a house. They believed they had stripped me of every ounce of dignity. What they never realized was that I carried a story much older, much stronger than their greed. Every morning in Riverton began the same way for me. I rose at 6 a.m., filled my old kettle with water, and reached for the chipped blue mug that had survived more than 20 years of breakfasts. The smell of fresh coffee filled the kitchen while I checked on the African violets lined up on the windowsill. My late husband, William, loved those flowers, and tending to them kept him close to me even after he was gone. My life wasn't extraordinary. It was a rhythm of small habits, each one stitched with memory and meaning. I had never traveled far or lived in luxury, but I had poured every ounce of myself into raising my daughter, Emily. I worked late nights cleaning offices, sold homemade pies at church events, and mended dresses for neighbors, all to make sure she had opportunities I never knew. To most people, I was just a quiet grandmother with silver hair and hands that showed years of hard work. But in my heart, I carried decades of sacrifice that no one could see. That Thursday evening was meant to be special. I had spent hours preparing William's favorite chicken and dumplings, the dish Emily used to beg for as a child. My fingers ached from rolling the dough, but it was a good kind of ache, the kind that comes from creating something with love. I laid out my embroidered tablecloth, the one I had worked on when Emily was a teenager, and placed fresh daisies in the center of the table. I wanted to remind her that this was still her home, filled with love and memories. When they arrived, James walked straight to William's old armchair, switched on the television, and acted as if the house belonged to him. He was a tall man with carefully styled dark hair, wearing a suit that probably cost more than my monthly pension. Emily stood there in the green dress I had bought her for Christmas, her expression as cold as winter air. "Mom, we need to talk," she said in a clipped tone that made her sound like a stranger. I noticed James mute the television but not turn it off, his attention divided between us and whatever game was playing. "Of course, sweetheart. Is everything okay?" I motioned toward the kitchen. "Dinner's almost ready. I made your favorite—" "This isn't a social call," James interrupted, his voice slicing through my words. "We have important matters to discuss." Emily didn't even flinch at his rudeness. Instead, she nodded as if he'd said something profound. "Mom," she continued, "the house is too big for you. You can't maintain it anymore. And James and I need it for our growing family." My hands trembled slightly as I folded them in my lap. "What are you saying?" "Emily," James leaned forward, "we found a retirement community perfect for someone your age. All your basic needs will be taken care of, and you'll have people around you. It's the sensible choice." "But this is my home," I said, my voice catching. "Your father died in this house, holding my hand. Every wall carries our story." Emily's face remained unmoved. "Memories are in the heart, Mom, not on the walls." "We've already started the paperwork," James added, pulling out a folder from his briefcase. "The community has a waiting list, but I've arranged to move you to the front of the line. You should be grateful." Grateful. The word hung in the air between us, sharp and insulting. "I'm not leaving my home," I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. James's smile disappeared. "Linda, be reasonable. You're getting older. Just last month, you fell in the garden. What if something happens when no one's around?" I wanted to remind him that I'd only stumbled because the sidewalk was uneven, and I'd caught myself before falling, but I knew it wouldn't matter. They'd already decided my fate without me. "The chicken and dumplings will get cold," I said instead, rising from my chair. "Let's eat first, then talk." Emily exchanged a look with James that made my heart sink. I'd seen that look before, the silent communication between them whenever they thought I was being difficult. As I brought the food to the table, I noticed Emily hadn't set out 3 plates as I'd asked. She'd only set 2. They weren't staying for dinner. They hadn't planned to all along. A few days later, James arrived without warning, bringing along a real estate appraiser in a gray suit. The man walked through my house as if it were already for sale. He measured rooms with quick, detached movements and scribbled notes on a clipboard. "The pipes are outdated," he said flatly. "The kitchen tiles are old-fashioned. This place would need a full renovation." I stood silently in the corner, clutching the edge of my apron. Those tiles he dismissed so casually had been placed one by William's hands when Emily was 10. I remembered the sweat on his brow, the patience in his smile. the hope in his voice as he told me. This kitchen will last us a lifetime, and now it was being reduced to a line on a checklist. The appraiser poked at the living room ceiling. Water damage here, likely roof issues. That's from when the neighbor's pipe burst last winter, I explained. It's been fixed. Mrs. Patterson can confirm. We'll need to factor in roof replacement costs anyway. He continued as if I hadn't spoken. Emily followed the appraiser, nodding at his comments, never once looking at me. Each word felt like a hammer striking the walls of my heart. My home was no longer sacred to them. It was only property, numbers, and profit. Mrs. Patterson appeared at the back door, holding a plate of cookies. She took one look at the scene and frowned. "Linda, is everything all right?" she asked, her eyes tracking the appraiser as he measured the door frames. Before I could answer, James stepped between us. "Family business, ma'am. Linda's moving to a retirement community. We're just getting the house ready to sell." Mrs. Patterson's eyes widened, and she looked to me for confirmation. The shame of it, having my neighbors learn about these plans before I'd even agreed to them, burned my cheeks. "Nothing's decided yet," I managed to say. "Actually, it is," Emily replied coldly. "Mom just hasn't accepted it yet." Mrs. Patterson set the cookies down and squeezed my hand. "Call me later," she whispered before leaving. After they left, I sat alone in the kitchen, surrounded by the evidence of strangers who had invaded my space. Footprints on my clean floor, curtains left open when they had been closed. Even the air smelled different, of cologne and indifference. I picked up the phone to call Mrs. Patterson, but as I dialed, I saw Emily had left her scarf on the chair, a light blue cashmere scarf I'd saved for months to buy her when she got her first teaching job. Now she was married to James. She'd quit teaching. She said it was her choice, but I always wondered. I folded the scarf carefully and placed it by the door. Even now, I couldn't help but mother her. The following week, they returned with a lawyer in tow. James carried himself like a man already in possession of the house. While Emily avoided meeting my eyes, the lawyer spread a stack of documents across my dining table and spoke with rehearsed politeness. "Mrs. Smith, these are the transfer papers. Once you sign, the property will be in safe hands. Everything has been arranged for your comfort." I scanned the pages, the words blurring together. Transfer of ownership. Permanent. Irrevocable. My chest tightened as I realized this was not about selling the house to someone new. This was about taking it for themselves. "I need time to review these," I said, reaching for my reading glasses. "And I'd like my own lawyer to look them over." James laughed, a short, dismissive sound. "Linda, that's not necessary. We've taken care of everything." "Still, I'd prefer to have someone look at them on my behalf," I insisted. The lawyer, Gregory Peters according to his card, glanced at James with obvious discomfort. "Mrs. Smith, the retirement community spot won't be held indefinitely. This is a time-sensitive matter." When I refused to sign, James's polite mask slipped. His tone hardened. "You're not in a condition to make decisions anymore. Linda, Emily is your heir. She's acting in your best interest." "My condition," I repeated, feeling a flush of anger. "I'm perfectly capable," the lawyer added quietly. "If you don't cooperate, we may have to consider proceedings for mental incapacity." The room spun. My own daughter, the child I had worked myself ragged to raise, was preparing to strip me of everything I had left. My hands shook, but I forced the words out. "I'm not signing anything. And if you threaten me again, I'll call the police. Now please, leave my house." James stood up, his face red. "This is a mistake, Linda. We're trying to help you." "Help me?" My voice was steadier than I expected. "By taking my home, by declaring me incompetent." Emily finally spoke, her voice tight. "Mom, you're being unreasonable. We're worried about you living alone. If you were worried, you'd visit more than twice a year. You'd call me on days that aren't holidays. You'd ask what I want instead of deciding for me." Emily's face paled, and for a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of shame. But then James placed his hand on her shoulder. and whatever doubt she felt vanished. "We'll be back, Eulinda," James said as they gathered their papers. "And next time, we won't be asking." That night, sleep would not come. I sat in William's armchair, the silence of the house pressing down on me like a heavy blanket. For the first time, I allowed myself to wonder if they were right. Maybe I was too old, too fragile, too useless to stand in their way. The thought cut deeper than any insult James had ever thrown at me. My eyes wandered to the framed photos on the wall. Emily as a baby in my arms. William smiling at her graduation. Our family gathered around Christmas dinner. Every memory told me I had lived for others, given everything. Now I was being treated like a burden. "William," I whispered into the quiet, "I don't know how to fight this alone." The next afternoon, as I wandered through the house like a ghost, I opened William's old desk drawer. It was mostly filled with faded bills, envelopes, and letters I had seen before. But tucked beneath them was a slim folder bound with a tiny lock. My breath caught. I had never noticed it in all these years. I searched the drawers, then the shelves, until I found a small brass key hidden inside one of William's favorite books about investing. My hands trembled as I slid the key into the lock and turned it. The folder creaked open, and inside was a stack of documents neatly arranged with William's initials on the corner. Most pages were contracts and statements I didn't fully understand, but one caught my attention instantly. It was a will, signed and dated just 6 months before William had passed. I sank into the chair as I began to read, line by line. My reality shifted. William had been far more careful, far more deliberate than I had ever realized. And what Emily and James thought they could take from me was only a shadow of what William had left behind. William had never spoken much about money. I thought we lived on his modest salary and the little I earned from odd jobs. But as I flipped through the folder, the truth unfolded before me. For decades, he had quietly invested every extra dollar, buying small properties when prices were low, putting money into company stocks, even purchasing a piece of land outside Riverton that was now worth a fortune. The numbers on the statements made my head spin, but the greatest shock was yet to come. The building where Emily and James lived, the place they thought they were paying rent for each month, was ours. All those checks had been funneled into an account under William's name, now mine. For 2 years since his death, rent from every tenant had been quietly deposited, untouched, waiting for me. My heart pounded as I realized I wasn't just a widow clinging to a single house. William had left me an empire my daughter and her husband knew nothing about. At the bottom of the folder was an envelope addressed in William's familiar handwriting. My fingers shook as I unfolded the letter, and his voice seemed to rise from the page. "My dearest Linda, if you are reading this, then I am no longer by your side. Forgive me for keeping this secret, but I wanted it to be a gift for your later years. You worked harder than anyone I've ever known, and you gave everything for Emily and me. I wanted you to live without fear, to know you would always be safe. I must also tell you I never fully trusted James. There is something in him that worries me, an ambition that has no heart. That is why I arranged the inheritance as I did. If Emily treats you with love and respect, she will share in this legacy. If not, you hold all the power to protect yourself. Use it wisely, not to hurt, but to teach. All my love." William, tears streamed down my face as I held his letter. Even from beyond, William was protecting me. I had never felt so loved and so devastated at the same time. Why had our daughter become someone who would threaten her own mother? Where had we gone wrong? I carefully replaced the documents in the folder and locked it. Then I picked up the phone and dialed a number I found on one of the investment statements. "Riverton Financial Services, Olivia West speaking." I took a deep breath. "Ms. West, my name is Linda Smith. My husband was William Smith. I've just found some documents I'd like to discuss with you." There was a moment of silence. Then a warm voice replied, "Mrs. Smith, we've been waiting for your call for a very long time." The next morning, I walked into Riverton Financial Services wearing my best dress, a simple navy blue outfit I saved for special occasions. The receptionist led me to a private office where a woman in her 50s stood to greet me. "Mrs. Smith, I'm Olivia West. It's an honor to finally meet you. Her handshake was firm, her eyes kind but shrewd. She didn't look at me the way most people looked at older women, with impatience or condescension. She saw me. Please, call me Linda, I said, taking a seat across from her desk. Linda, then. I worked with William for over 20 years. He spoke of you often and with great admiration. I placed the folder on her desk. I found this yesterday. I had no idea. Olivia nodded, not surprised. William wanted it that way. He said you'd work yourself to the bone for others if you knew there was money. He wanted you to slow down, to enjoy life. She opened her computer and turned the screen toward me. Let me show you what you own. Linda? For the next hour, Olivia walked me through a list of assets that left me breathless. Apartment buildings, commercial properties, stock portfolios, savings accounts, all in my name, managed quietly by William's trusted team at Riverton Financial. The Parkview Apartments where my daughter lives, I asked, still struggling to believe. Yes, that's one of your properties. 12 units, fully occupied. Your son-in-law's rent checks go directly into your holding account. And they have no idea. None. William set up a management company as a buffer. The tenants deal with them. Not you directly. I sat back, overwhelmed. Why wouldn't he tell me any of this? Olivia's expression softened. He did plan to tell you, but then his health declined so quickly. In his final weeks, he made me promise to look after you, to wait until you came to us. She pulled out another folder. There's something else you should know. William was concerned about your son-in-law. He asked us to look into James's background. My stomach tightened. What did you find? Nothing criminal, but concerning patterns. Before marrying Emily, James had significant gambling debts. He's been involved in several questionable investment schemes. And he's currently facing financial pressure. His company is downsizing, and his position is vulnerable. The pieces fell into place. James's sudden interest in my house, the rush to get me to sign papers, the threats of declaring me incompetent. He's desperate for money, I whispered. Olivia nodded. And he likely sees your house as an easy target. What about Emily? Is she part of this? From what we've observed, she follows his lead. William was concerned about her judgment when it came to James. I thought about my daughter's cold eyes at our last meeting, how she'd stood by silently while James threatened me. It broke my heart, but I couldn't deny the truth. What should I do? I asked. Olivia leaned forward. That depends on what you want, Linda. You have options now, many options. As we continued talking, a plan began to form. I wouldn't just protect myself. I would reclaim my dignity and maybe, just maybe, save my daughter from the man who was using her. When I left Olivia's office, I felt different, straighter, stronger. The weight of fear had lifted, replaced by a calm determination I hadn't felt in years. On the way home, I stopped at the grocery store. Mrs. Patterson was there, selecting oranges. Linda, she called, hurrying over. I've been worried sick. What happened with your daughter and that awful man? I smiled, a real smile that reached my eyes. Things are about to change, Dorothy, in ways nobody expects. She studied my face. You look different today, like your old self. I feel like my old self, I replied. Actually, I feel even better. That night, I brewed my evening tea and watered William's violets as usual. But this time, I didn't feel like a woman waiting for the end. I felt like a woman about to begin again. By dawn, I had made my decision. The tears from the night before had dried, replaced by a calm I hadn't felt in years. I brewed my coffee, watered the violets, and set the folder of documents neatly on William's old desk. For the first time in a long while, I felt steady, almost unshakable. When Emily and James arrived that morning with boxes and movers, expecting me to be packed and ready, they found me sitting in my armchair, sipping tea as if nothing in the world could bother me. Mom, what are you doing? Emily asked impatiently. The movers are here. I'm not leaving, I said, my voice even. James smirked, stepping closer, his tone sharp. Mrs. Smith, you don't have a choice. I met his eyes directly, refusing to look away. You're right, James. I don't have a choice. But it turns out you don't either. The mover stood awkwardly in the hallway, waiting for instructions. James waved his hand toward them as if signaling troops. Go on, start with the living room, he barked. Not so fast, I interrupted, rising slowly from my chair. I walked to William's desk and picked up one of the deeds. Did you know, I asked calmly, that the apartment you've been living in for 3 years has never really belonged to you? James's smirk faltered. We pay rent every month, Emily said, confused. Yes, I replied, to a management company that transfers it directly to me because I own the entire building. The silence that followed was thick, broken only by the creak of the movers shifting on their feet. Emily stared at the paper in my hand, reading it again and again. James grabbed it from her, his face turning pale as the truth sank in. This has to be fake, he snapped. You're bluffing. Check the records yourself, I said evenly. You'll find I'm not bluffing at all. James's voice rose, anger spilling through his teeth. Even if this is true, you can't stop us. We'll fight it in court. You'll lose everything. I folded my hands in front of me. On the contrary, you have 30 days to find another place to live. After that, the law allows me to evict you. Emily gasped, her eyes filling with panic. Mom, you can't mean that. Family doesn't scheme to take away what isn't theirs, I answered firmly. You made your choice when you tried to push me out. James, desperate now, blurted out. Tell her, Emily. Tell her why she can't do this. Emily's lips trembled. Mom, I'm pregnant. The words pierced me deeper than any threat. I would be a grandmother, yet I was finding out like this, used as a bargaining chip. For a brief moment, my resolve wavered, but then William's letter echoed in my mind. Use it not to hurt, but to teach. I straightened my shoulders. Congratulations, Emily, but that doesn't erase what you've done. Emily's eyes brimmed with tears as she turned toward James. Maybe we should just apologize. Try to make this right. James's face hardened. I will never bow to her. She's manipulating you. She's manipulating all of us. I stood quietly, letting his words hang in the air. The truth was finally showing itself. James, please, Emily pleaded, clutching his arm. She's my mother. We can't throw her out like garbage. No, he barked, shaking her hand away. You're weak if you give in. In that moment, I saw something shift in Emily. For years, she had echoed his voice, mirrored his disdain. Now, she was staring at him as if she truly saw him for the first time. She turned back to me, her voice trembling. Mom, I was wrong. I let him convince me that you were a burden, and I believed him because it was easier than admitting I married the wrong man. I swallowed hard. Words are a beginning, Emily, but only actions will show me you've chosen differently. That afternoon, when James had stormed out and the movers had gone, Emily sat across from me at the kitchen table. Her eyes were red from crying, her hands clasped tightly together. I don't know what to do, she whispered. You start by telling me the truth. I said all of it, and so she did. How James had lost his job 6 months ago, but kept pretending to go to work. How they were behind on credit card payments. How he'd convinced her that my house was the solution to their problems. He said we'd sell it and use the money to start fresh, she explained, her voice small. But he also talked about how you weren't safe living alone. And you believed him. I wanted to, she admitted. It was easier than facing what our life had become. I reached across the table and took her hand. It was the first time we'd truly touched in years. The baby, I asked gently. It's real, she said, a hint of a smile breaking through her tears. 3 months along. Despite everything, joy stirred within me. A grandchild, a new beginning. Emily, you have choices to make, I said. And they won't be easy, she nodded, squeezing my hand. I know. You can stay here tonight, I told her. We'll figure out the rest tomorrow. That night, as I prepared the guest room for Emily, I found myself humming, an old habit I'd lost somewhere along the way. The house felt different with my daughter under its roof again. Even under these circumstances, there was hope in the air, fragile but real. I placed a vase of fresh violets on her nightstand, a peace offering of sorts. Then I sat down at William's desk and wrote a list of what needed to be done. This was just the beginning of a long journey back to family, to trust, to love. But for the first time in years, I wasn't walking it alone. What would you do if you were in my place? Have you ever been through something similar? Comment below and tell me which city you're watching from. 2 weeks had passed since that confrontation in my living room. Emily had moved into the guest bedroom temporarily, while James had refused to speak to either of us. The pregnancy had brought morning sickness that left Emily pale and tired most days. But there was something else different about her. A quietness. A thoughtfulness I hadn't seen since before she married James. I'd spent those 2 weeks meeting with Olivia West regularly, learning about my finances, understanding the extent of what William had built. Each revelation felt like getting to know my husband all over again. His foresight, his quiet determination, his love expressed through protection rather than words. Your net worth is substantial, Linda, Olivia explained during one of our meetings. You could live quite comfortably for several lifetimes. The number she showed me on paper seemed impossible. I'd spent decades pinching pennies, working extra shifts, worrying about electricity bills. And all that time, William had been creating this safety net. Why wouldn't he tell me? I asked Olivia for perhaps the 10th time. She smiled patiently. William knew you, Linda. He knew you'd never stop working, never stop giving everything away. He wanted to make sure you were taken care of when he couldn't do it himself anymore. That evening, as Emily and I sat in the living room, she reading a pregnancy book, me knitting what would become a baby blanket, the doorbell rang. I'll get it, I said, setting my knitting aside. When I opened the door, James stood there, his appearance shocking me. Gone was the polished businessman in expensive suits. His eyes were bloodshot, his clothes rumpled, his usually perfect hair uncombed. I need to speak to my wife, he demanded, his words slightly slurred. James, you've been drinking, I said firmly. This isn't a good time. He tried to push past me, but I stood my ground. Let me in, Linda. This is still my family. Not when you're like this, I replied, keeping my voice steady despite the pounding of my heart. Come back tomorrow when you're sober. Mom, who is it? Emily appeared behind me, her face draining of color when she saw James. What are you doing here? So it's true, James spat. You've moved in with her, chosen her over me. Emily stepped forward, her hand instinctively moving to her stomach in a protective gesture. I needed time to think. James, you weren't exactly being reasonable. Reasonable, he laughed bitterly. We're about to lose everything, and you're worried about being reasonable. I glanced at Emily, seeing confusion cross her face. What do you mean, lose everything? She asked. James ran a hand through his disheveled hair. The bank called. They're foreclosing on the cabin. What cabin? Emily's voice rose in pitch. James, we don't own a cabin. His eyes darted between us, suddenly wary. The investment property, the one up at Lake Morrison. Emily shook her head slowly. This is the first I'm hearing about any cabin. James. The realization hit me then. James had been hiding more than just unemployment from my daughter. There were secrets upon secrets. Perhaps we should all sit down, I suggested, stepping aside. But only if you can be civil, James. He nodded stiffly, and I led him into the house that just weeks ago he'd tried to take from me. The three of us sat in the living room, the tension so thick it seemed to press against my skin. Emily perched on the edge of the sofa, as far from James as possible. I took William's old armchair, drawing strength from the familiar feel of the worn upholstery beneath my fingers. Start from the beginning, James, I said. The whole truth this time. He looked trapped, like a cornered animal. I was trying to provide for our family, he began, his voice defensive. Make investments that would secure our future. By hiding things from me, Emily interjected. by lying about where our money was going. You wouldn't have understood, James snapped. You're too cautious, too afraid of risk. Sometimes you have to gamble big to win big. Is that what happened to your job? I asked quietly. A gamble that didn't pay off. James's head whipped toward me, surprise evident in his expression. How did you— I know many things now. James, I said, thinking of the detailed reports Olivia had shared with me. I know about the gambling debts, the failed investments, the job you lost 6 months ago. Emily gasped. 6 months? You told me it was just last month. I was handling it, James insisted, his hands clenching into fists. I had plans. The cabin was going to be our fresh start. A cabin you bought without telling me, Emily said, her voice trembling with anger. Using money we didn't have. I put it in my name to surprise you, James said, but the excuse sounded hollow even to my ears. It needed work, but it would have been worth triple in a few years. And in the meantime, I asked, how were you planning to pay for it? His eyes slid away from mine, and in that moment, I knew. My house, I said. You were counting on selling my house to cover your debts. It was a temporary solution, James muttered. Until my investments matured. Emily stood up suddenly, her face flushed with anger. Investments, is that what you call betting on those horses in Atlantic City? Or the cryptocurrency scheme you lost thousands on last year? I watched as years of deception unraveled between them. Every revelation seemed to straighten Emily's spine a little more, her voice growing stronger as James's excuses grew weaker. You used me, she said finally. You used me to try to get to my mother's house. That's not fair, James protested. I love you, Emily. Everything I did was for us, for our future. Was getting my mother declared mentally incompetent also for our future? Emily's voice was ice. Was threatening her part of your grand plan for our happiness? James had no answer for that. He looked smaller somehow, shrinking under the weight of his exposed lies. I think you should leave now, I said quietly but firmly. Emily needs rest. This stress isn't good for the baby. He stood, swaying slightly. This isn't over, he said, but the threat in his words was undermined by the defeat in his eyes. After he left, Emily collapsed onto the sofa, tears streaming down her face. I sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. I've been so blind, she sobbed. So stupid. No, I soothed, stroking her hair as I had when she was small. You trusted someone you loved. That's never stupid. I let him turn me against you, she whispered. My own mother. We all make mistakes, Emily. The question is what we do after we recognize them. She looked up at me, her eyes red but clearer somehow, as if a fog had lifted. I don't know if I can fix this, any of this. We'll figure it out together, I promised. One day at a time. Later that night, after Emily had gone to bed, I sat at William's desk, the moonlight spilling through the window onto his photograph. You were right about him all along, I whispered to the smiling face of my husband. I wish you were here to help us through this mess. The next morning, as I was making breakfast, the phone rang. It was Michael Jenkins, the building manager from Parkview Apartments. Mrs. Smith, I'm sorry to bother you, he began, his voice tense. But there's a situation with Mr. Carter. He came to the apartment last night, caused quite a disturbance. Neighbors called the police. My stomach dropped. Was anyone hurt? No, ma'am, but he damaged some property in the unit, broke some windows, put holes in the walls. The police took him in, but I wanted you to know since you're the owner. I thanked him and hung up, my mind racing. Things were escalating faster than I'd anticipated. When Emily came downstairs, I had to tell her. Her face crumpled at first, but then something resolved in her expression. I need to see it, she said firmly. I need to see what he's done. We drove to the apartment complex in silence. Michael met us in the lobby, keys in hand. It's pretty bad, Mrs. Smith, he warned. The police said he was shouting about being cheated, about losing everything. The apartment that Emily had once been so proud of was now a disaster zone. Shattered glass crunched beneath our feet as we entered. The walls bore jagged holes. Family photos lay broken on the floor, and furniture had been overturned. But what caught my eye were the papers scattered everywhere. Bank statements, loan applications, betting slips. Emily moved through the wreckage like a sleepwalker, touching things gently as if to confirm they were real. She picked up a framed photo of their wedding day. The glass cracked across James's smiling face. I don't even know who that man is anymore, she said softly. As we gathered her essential belongings, Emily found a locked drawer in James's desk that had somehow survived his rampage. Using a hairpin, she managed to open it, an old trick I'd taught her when she was 12 and had lost the key to her diary. Inside was a folder labeled Smith House, Appraisal and Sale. Emily's hands shook as she opened it. He had it all planned out, she whispered, spreading the papers on the floor between us. Floor plans for renovations after they got you out. Estimates for how much they could sell it for. Even brochures for that retirement home. But there was more. Buried beneath these were documents Emily had supposedly signed, power of attorney forms, health directives, even a statement claiming I was showing signs of dementia. I never signed these, Emily said, her voice rising in panic. Never he forged my signature. I took the papers from her trembling hands. We need to take these to the police, I said, and to my lawyer. Back at home, after calling both the police and Olivia West, Emily and I sat at the kitchen table. The magnitude of James's deception had left us both shaken. How could I not have seen this coming? Emily asked, her voice hollow. There must have been signs. Manipulative people are experts at hiding their true nature, I said gently. They show you what you want to see. I gave up teaching for him, she said, the realization seeming to hit her anew. He said my career was holding us back, that his job was more important. I believed him. You can always go back, I reminded her. You were a wonderful teacher, Emily. A small smile flickered across her face. The kids at Roosevelt Elementary still send me Christmas cards. The smile faded. But with the baby coming? One challenge at a time, I said, reaching across to squeeze her hand. First, we deal with James. Then we plan for your future, both of yours. The doorbell rang again, and this time it was Olivia, carrying a briefcase and wearing an expression of grim determination. I've reviewed the documents you mentioned on the phone, she said as I led her into the living room. We need to act quickly. Emily joined us, and Olivia laid out our options. James could face charges for forgery, fraud, and potentially domestic abuse given the destruction of the apartment. But pressing charges would mean a public trial, exposure, stress, all things that could complicate Emily's pregnancy. There's another option, Olivia said, opening her briefcase. William set up a trust with specific provisions for situations like this. We can leverage that to negotiate. Negotiate what? Emily asked. A clean break. Olivia explained. James walks away from any claim on your mother's property, on your marriage assets, on any future inheritance. In exchange, we settle his immediate debts and provide a modest one-time payment, enough for him to start over somewhere else. Why would we give him anything? Emily's voice was tight with anger. After what he tried to do. Because litigation is expensive and stressful, Olivia replied pragmatically. And because sometimes the cleanest cut heals fastest. I watched my daughter struggle with this, the practical solution warring with her sense of betrayal. It's your decision, Emily, I said. He's your husband, and it's your future at stake. She placed a protective hand over her belly. And my child's future. After a long moment, she nodded. Make the offer. I want him gone. Olivia left with our approval to draft the settlement offer. Emily and I spent the rest of the day in quiet activities around the house. She sorting through the belongings we'd rescued from the apartment, me preparing comfort food for dinner. The normalcy was soothing, a reminder that life could go on after upheaval. That evening, as we washed dishes side by side, Emily broke our companionable silence. I keep thinking about Dad, she said, scrubbing a pot with more force than necessary. How he knew. How he tried to protect you from what was coming. Your father always saw people clearly, I replied. It was his gift. Did he see me clearly? She asked, her voice small. Did he know I would betray you like this? I set down the plate I was drying and turned to face her. Emily, look at me. Your father loved you completely. He knew you might make mistakes, but he also knew your heart. He would have forgiven you in an instant, just as I have. I don't deserve it, she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. Forgiveness isn't about deserving, I told her, wiping a tear from her cheek. It's about love and second chances. She leaned into me then, and I held my daughter as she cried, for her broken marriage, for her mistakes, for the years we'd lost to James's influence, but also, I hoped, for the new beginning that lay ahead. The next morning brought unexpected news. James had been arrested again, this time for attempting to break into our house during the night. A neighbor had spotted him trying to force the back door and called the police. He was carrying documents, the officer explained when he came to take our statement. Plans of your house, financial papers. Says he was just trying to get his things, but given the restraining order his wife filed yesterday, Emily's face had gone pale. I just filed that restraining order yesterday afternoon. How did he even know about it so soon? The officer looked uncomfortable. Ma'am, in these domestic situations, information sometimes leaks. Could be a clerk, could be someone he knows at the courthouse. After he left, Emily paced the living room. He's not going to stop, Mom. He's desperate now. I thought about what Olivia had said, about clean breaks and fresh starts. Maybe we need to change our approach, I said slowly. Negotiation might not be enough. We called Olivia, who arrived within the hour, bringing with her a stern-looking man she introduced as Robert Chen, a private investigator who had worked with William in the past. James Carter has a history of erratic behavior when cornered, Robert explained, laying out a file on our coffee table. His gambling issues go back further than you might think. There were incidents at his previous workplace, money missing from accounts he managed. They let him go quietly, Olivia added. No charges filed. William discovered this during his background check, which is why he never trusted James. Emily looked stricken. So his job before the one he just lost, that ended because of theft. Robert nodded grimly. And there's more. The cabin he mentioned, it's not in foreclosure because he couldn't make payments. It's in foreclosure because he took out a second mortgage without proper documentation. The bank is investigating potential fraud. He's drowning, I murmured. No wonder he was so desperate to get his hands on this house. We need to use this information, Olivia said firmly. Not to negotiate, but to end this cleanly. If James knows we have evidence of his past fraudulent activities that could send him to prison, he might take the settlement and disappear, Emily finished, understanding dawning in her eyes. Robert outlined a plan, a meeting with James, his lawyer, and a mediator. All the evidence laid out. A clear choice presented: take the settlement and leave our lives forever, or face prosecution for all his crimes, past and present. It seems so cold, Emily said after they'd gone, leaving us to consider the plan. Using threats to force him away. Is it any colder than what he tried to do to us? I asked gently. Sometimes protection requires firmness. Emily, your father understood that. She nodded slowly. When should we do it? As soon as possible, I said. The longer this drags on, the more desperate James will become. 2 days later, we gathered in a conference room at Olivia's office. James sat across from us, looking haggard but defiant. His lawyer, a young man who seemed increasingly uncomfortable as the meeting progressed, kept whispering urgently in his ear. Olivia presented our case methodically, laying out document after document, the forged papers, the fraudulent loan applications, the evidence of embezzlement from his previous job that had never been reported to the authorities. Here is our offer, Mr. Carter, she said finally, sliding a folder across the table. A clean settlement, your debts cleared, a fresh start fund of $50,000. In exchange, you relinquish all claims to any property owned by Linda or Emily Smith, sign the divorce papers we've prepared, and agree to move at least 500 miles away from Riverton. James's face had grown paler with each revelation. Now he looked at Emily, something like desperation in his eyes. Emily, you can't do this. We're having a baby. We're a family. Emily met his gaze steadily. No, James. We're not a family. Not anymore. You made sure of that when you tried to steal from my mother, when you forged my signature, when you lied to me for years. If you refuse this offer, Olivia continued calmly, we will proceed with criminal charges for forgery, fraud, attempted theft, and violation of a restraining order. The documentation of your previous indiscretions will be provided to the prosecutor. James's lawyer leaned in, whispering frantically. James shook his head, but with less conviction now. You have 24 hours to decide, Olivia concluded, standing to signal the end of the meeting. As we prepared to leave, James called out, Emily, wait. She paused, looking back at the man she had once loved enough to marry. I did love you, he said, his voice cracking. In my way? Your way wasn't good enough, she replied softly. Not for me, and certainly not for our child. Outside, in the safety of Olivia's car, Emily finally broke down. I feel like I've been living with a stranger for 3 years, she sobbed. Like everything was a lie. I held her close, this daughter who had found her strength again. Not everything, I assured her. The love you gave was real. The person you are, that's real. And this baby, this new life, that's as real as it gets. That night, as a spring storm rattled the windows of our home, Emily and I sat in the kitchen drinking chamomile tea. The old house creaked and settled around us, a familiar symphony that had always brought me comfort. I keep thinking about what happens next, Emily said, cupping her mug in both hands. After the divorce, after the baby comes, what my life looks like now. What do you want it to look like? I asked. She considered this, her face thoughtful in the soft kitchen light. I want to teach again. I miss the classroom, the kids. And I want this baby to grow up knowing what real love looks like. Not the controlling kind James showed, but the steady, supportive kind Dad gave you. Then that's what we'll work toward, I said simply. You make it sound so easy, she sighed. Not easy, I corrected. Just possible, one step at a time. The next day, James accepted our offer. The papers were signed, the agreements made. Within a week, he had left Riverton. The divorce proceedings would take longer, but with his signed consent already in hand, it was only a matter of time. Emily moved fully into our house, no longer a temporary arrangement, but a new beginning. We converted the study into a nursery, painting the walls a soft green that reminded me of spring leaves. Each brushstroke felt like healing, like reclaiming something precious that had almost been lost. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, I heard Emily cry out from upstairs. I rushed to find her sitting on the nursery floor, surrounded by open boxes. Emily, are you all right, the baby? We're fine, Mom, she assured me quickly. Look what I found. In her hands was a small quilt, faded but beautifully made, with a pattern of moons and stars. I recognized it immediately. Your baby blanket, I whispered. I made it when I was pregnant with you. I remember it, Emily said, running her fingers over the stitches. You used to wrap me in it when I had nightmares. You said it was full of love that would keep the bad dreams away. I knelt beside her, touching the soft fabric. And now it can do the same for your little one. Emily looked up at me, her eyes bright. I want to be the kind of mother you are. Patient, kind, strong. You will be, I assured her. And on the days when it's hard, I'll be right here to remind you. As weeks passed, our lives settled into a new rhythm. Emily began taking online courses to renew her teaching certification. I continued meetings with Olivia, learning to manage the unexpected wealth William had left me. The house that James had tried to take from me became a true home again, filled with purpose and hope. Emily's pregnancy progressed, her body changing, her face softening with anticipation. At her 20-week appointment, we learned she was having a girl. On the drive home, she was quieter than usual. "What are you thinking about?" I asked. "Names," she replied. "I was thinking, if it's okay with you, I'd like to name her Willow." "Willow," I repeated, surprised. "For Dad, William." A way to honor him, to keep him part of her life even though they'll never meet. Tears pricked my eyes as I reached over to squeeze her hand. He would have loved that, and her. That evening, as I watered William's violets on the windowsill, I noticed something remarkable. A plant that hadn't bloomed in years had put forth a single perfect purple flower. "You see that, William?" I whispered. Life goes on, in ways we never could have imagined. 2 months after James left, we received news that would change everything once again. Robert Chen called early one morning, his usually measured voice urgent. "Mrs. Smith, is Emily with you?" "Yes, she's right here. What's wrong?" "I've been monitoring James Carter's activities, as we discussed. He's been spotted back in Riverton, despite our agreement, and he's been asking questions about you, about Emily, about the house." My blood ran cold. "What kind of questions? About the extent of your assets? About William's investments?" "I think someone may have tipped him off that there's more than just the house at stake." Emily, hearing my side of the conversation, had gone pale. "He's coming back for more," she whispered. After hanging up, we called Olivia immediately. Her response was swift and decisive. "We need to file for an immediate injunction," she said. "And I think it's time to contact Richard Anderson." "The judge?" I asked, confused. William had mentioned him in some of his papers, but I hadn't made the connection before. "Yes, he and William were close friends. Richard has been following your situation from a distance, out of respect for your privacy. But given these developments, I think he would want to help." That afternoon, we sat in Judge Richard Anderson's chambers. He was a distinguished man in his 60s, with kind eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled at me. "Linda Smith," he said warmly. "William spoke of you often. I'm sorry we're meeting under these circumstances." I studied his face, trying to place him in my memories. "Did we ever meet, Judge Anderson, when William was alive?" "Once at a charity dinner. You probably wouldn't remember. There were hundreds of people. But William pointed you out, said you were the reason for everything he did." Something in his tone made me believe him completely. This wasn't just professional courtesy. This was a man who had genuinely respected my husband. "Now," he continued, his tone becoming businesslike, "Olivia has filled me in on the situation with James Carter. His return to Riverton violates your settlement agreement, which gives us grounds to act." "What can we do?" Emily asked, her hand protectively covering her growing belly. "Legally, quite a lot," Judge Anderson replied. "But I'm concerned about the strain on both of you, especially in your condition. Young lady," he turned to me. "Linda, William once told me that if anything happened to him, I should look out for you. I didn't intervene earlier because you seemed to be handling things remarkably well. But now I'm offering my help, not just as a judge, but as someone who respected your husband greatly." "We need to end this," I said firmly. "Once and for all." Judge Anderson nodded, a plan already forming in his mind. "Then here's what we'll do." The plan was simple but effective. Through official channels, James would be informed that his presence in Riverton violated the settlement agreement, rendering it null and void. All financial support would cease immediately, and criminal charges would be filed. Simultaneously, he would receive an invitation to a meeting at the courthouse, a chance to renegotiate before things became irreversibly worse. "He'll come," Olivia predicted. "His type always believes they can talk their way out of trouble." "And when he does," Judge Anderson added grimly, "he'll find himself facing not just civil penalties, but a formal hearing on his violations." "Will I have to be there?" Emily asked, worry creasing her brow. "No," I said firmly, before anyone else could answer. "You won't face him again." "I'll handle this." "Mom," she began to protest, but I shook my head. "This is what your father would have wanted. For me to protect you. To finish what he started." As we left the courthouse, the weight of what lay ahead settled on my shoulders. But it was a weight I could bear now, strengthened by truth, by love, by the knowledge that I was no longer alone in this fight. That night, after Emily had gone to bed, I sat at William's desk and wrote him a letter he would never read. My dearest William, I understand now why you did what you did. The secrets you kept, the protections you put in place. You saw what I couldn't or wouldn't see. You knew that someday I might need to stand on my own, to fight not just for myself but for our family. I wish you could see Emily now. She's finding her way back to herself, to the strong, loving woman we raised. And soon there will be a grandchild, a little girl named Willow, carrying your legacy forward. Tomorrow I face a battle you tried to spare me from. But I'm not afraid. You gave me everything I need to win, not just resources, but courage. The knowledge that I am worthy of defense. I miss you every day, but in fighting this fight, I feel closer to you than I have since you left. All my love. Linda, I folded the letter and placed it in the box with William's violets. Then I went to bed, ready for whatever the morning would bring. What I didn't know then was that fate had one more surprise in store, one that would change everything when I walked into that courtroom the next day. The morning of the courthouse meeting dawned clear and bright, a sharp contrast to the storm of emotions within me. I dressed carefully in a simple blue suit I'd worn to William's funeral, a reminder of what I was fighting for, of the man who had protected me even beyond death. Emily insisted on driving me despite my objections. I won't come inside, she promised, but I need to be nearby. For my own peace of mind, we rode in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. When we arrived at the courthouse, Emily squeezed my hand. You don't have to do this alone, Mom. I'm not alone, I assured her, touching the folder of documents in my purse. Your father made sure of that. The courthouse was imposing, all marble columns and stern authority. Olivia West met me at the entrance, her usual calm demeanor bolstered by an air of determination. James arrived 10 minutes ago, she informed me. He brought a new lawyer, younger, more aggressive than the last one. Is Judge Anderson ready for us? I asked. Olivia nodded. Everything is in place. Remember, Linda, no matter what James says, no matter how he tries to manipulate the situation, you have truth on your side. We walked through the echoing hallways, our footsteps a steady rhythm that helped calm my racing heart. Outside courtroom C, Robert Chen waited with a nod of encouragement. Mrs. Smith, he said respectfully, I'll be right behind you. The courtroom itself was smaller than I'd expected, intimate almost. James sat at one table with his lawyer, a sharp-featured young man in an expensive suit. They were deep in whispered conversation when we entered, but James's head snapped up at the sound of the door. Our eyes met across the room, and I was surprised to see not anger, but calculation in his gaze. Olivia guided me to our table, arranging her files with practiced efficiency. The room filled gradually, court officers, a stenographer, Robert Chen taking a seat in the back row. A nervous energy permeated the space, like the air before a thunderstorm. At precisely 10 a.m., the bailiff called for us to rise. The Honorable Judge Richard Anderson presiding. The side door opened and Judge Anderson entered, his black robes lending him an air of solemn authority. He took his seat at the bench, his gaze sweeping the room before settling on me with a nearly imperceptible nod. Be seated, he instructed. This is a preliminary hearing regarding the violation of settlement terms between Linda Smith and James Carter. Let the record show that both parties are present with counsel. He shuffled some papers, then looked directly at James. Mr. Carter, you were explicitly prohibited from returning to Riverton as part of your settlement agreement. Yet here you are. Would you care to explain? James's lawyer rose smoothly. Your Honor, my client has compelling reasons for his return. We have evidence that material facts were withheld during settlement negotiations. What material facts would those be? Counselor, Judge Anderson asked, his tone neutral but his eyes sharp. The true extent of Mrs. Smith's assets. Your Honor, we believe she and her late husband engaged in deliberate concealment of wealth to defraud my client's wife, their daughter, of her rightful inheritance. I felt my cheeks flush with indignation. but Olivia's hand on my arm kept me seated and silent. "That's a serious allegation," Judge Anderson noted. "Do you have evidence to support it?" The lawyer smiled confidently. "We do, Your Honor. We've obtained bank records indicating transfers of substantial sums shortly before William Smith's death, transfers that suggest an attempt to hide assets that should rightfully have been included in his estate." My mind raced. What records could they possibly have found William had been meticulous in his planning? Judge Anderson glanced at me, then back to James's lawyer. "I'll review these records. But first, I should disclose something to the court." He paused, then continued deliberately. "I knew William Smith personally. We served together on several charitable boards, and I was familiar with his financial practices." James's lawyer faltered visibly. "Your Honor, that would seem to be a conflict." "I'm not finished, Counselor," Judge Anderson interrupted firmly. "My acquaintance with the deceased gives me particular insight into this case. William Smith was known for his integrity and financial transparency. Any suggestion that he engaged in fraudulent activity would require extraordinary proof." The lawyer recovered quickly. "With all due respect, Your Honor, given your personal connection to the family, perhaps this case should be reassigned to ensure impartiality." Judge Anderson considered this, then nodded. "A fair point. However, before I make that determination, I'd like to hear from Mrs. Smith's counsel." Olivia rose with calm confidence. "Your Honor, we welcome scrutiny of William Smith's financial dealings. In fact, we've prepared a complete accounting of all assets in question." She approached the bench with a thick folder. "These documents will show that all transfers were legitimate, properly reported to tax authorities, and designed to protect assets, not conceal them." As Judge Anderson accepted the folder, the courtroom door opened quietly. I didn't turn to look, assuming it was just another court official, but then Judge Anderson glanced up, and I saw his expression change subtly. He froze for a moment, his eyes widening in recognition. "It's her," he said, his voice barely audible. I turned then, confused by his reaction. A woman had entered and taken a seat in the back row, an elegant woman in her 60s with silver-streaked dark hair. There was something familiar about her, but I couldn't place her. The entire courtroom seemed to hold its breath. James and his lawyer exchanged puzzled glances. "Your Honor," James's lawyer prompted, clearly confused by the interruption. Judge Anderson collected himself visibly. "My apologies. Let's proceed." But his eyes kept drifting to the woman in the back row, and I felt a strange shift in the atmosphere of the courtroom. For the next hour, both sides presented arguments. James's lawyer claimed Emily had been coerced into signing the divorce papers, that she was being manipulated by me, that the settlement was grossly unfair given the newly discovered assets. Olivia countered with evidence of James's deception, the forged documents, the hidden gambling debts, the fraudulent loan applications. The back and forth continued, but I sensed Judge Anderson's attention wasn't fully engaged. He kept glancing at the mysterious woman, a strange mix of emotions crossing his face. Finally, during a brief recess, Olivia leaned close to me. "Do you know who that woman is?" she whispered. "The one who came in late." I shook my head. "She seems familiar, but I can't place her." "That's Eleanor Winters," Olivia said. "Judge Anderson's former fiancée from law school. They were engaged 30 years ago, then suddenly broke it off. No one ever knew why." My breath caught. 30 years ago, around the time William and I were first married, when I was working as a secretary at the courthouse to put him through his business courses. A distant memory stirred. A young law clerk, shy and overwhelmed, crying in the break room late one evening. Me, staying after hours to comfort him, bringing him coffee, helping him organize the mountain of briefs his supervisor had dumped on him. Marcus. His name had been Marcus Ellery. "Judge Anderson's first name?" I asked urgently. "Is it Marcus?" Olivia looked surprised. "Yes, Richard Marcus Anderson." "Why?" Before I could answer, the bailiff called us back to order. Judge Anderson returned to the bench, his demeanor noticeably changed, more focused, more determined. "Having reviewed the evidence presented by both sides," he began, "I find that Mr. Carter has indeed violated the terms of his settlement agreement. Furthermore, I find his allegations regarding concealed assets to be without merit. James's lawyer started to object, but Judge Anderson silenced him with a raised hand. I'm not finished, Counselor. Given the seriousness of Mr. Carter's violations and the evidence of his prior attempts to defraud Mrs. Smith, I am ordering the immediate reinstatement of all criminal charges that were conditionally dropped as part of the settlement agreement. James half rose from his seat, his face flushing with anger. You can't do that. This is a setup. Sit down, Mr. Carter, Judge Anderson commanded, his voice sharp. One more outburst and I'll hold you in contempt. James subsided, but his eyes burned with fury as Judge Anderson continued. Furthermore, I am issuing a permanent restraining order prohibiting Mr. Carter from approaching within 500 yards of Linda Smith, Emily Smith, their residence, or any property owned by either of them. Olivia squeezed my hand under the table, a silent celebration of victory. Court officers will escort Mr. Carter to the processing area, where he will be formally charged with forgery, fraud, and violation of court orders. Bail will be set at the hearing tomorrow morning. The courtroom erupted in murmurs as two officers approached James, who sat in stunned disbelief. His lawyer was frantically whispering in his ear, but James seemed beyond hearing. As the officers led James away, his eyes locked with mine one last time. The look he gave me wasn't just anger, it was hatred, pure and cold. A shiver ran through me, but I held his gaze steadily until he was gone. Judge Anderson stood. This court is adjourned. Mrs. Smith, Ms. West, would you please remain for a moment? As the courtroom cleared, I noticed the mysterious woman, Eleanor Winters, slip quietly out the back door. Judge Anderson watched her go, a fleeting expression of regret crossing his face before he composed himself and gestured for us to approach the bench. When we were alone except for the bailiff, Judge Anderson stepped down to our level. Mrs. Smith, he said, his formal tone softening. I owe you an explanation. Your Honor, I questioned, uncertain. 30 years ago, I was a clerk at this very courthouse, overwhelmed, underprepared, and nearly ready to quit law altogether. A kind secretary stayed late one night to help me organize a case that had been dumped on me by a senior clerk. She brought me coffee, showed me how to sort the briefs efficiently, and told me I had what it took to succeed if I just believed in myself. My eyes widened as the memory crystallized. Marcus, I said softly. The Harland case. You were so tired you could barely see straight. He nodded, a smile warming his austere features. That secretary was you, Mrs. Smith. You saved my career that night. And now, after all these years, I finally have the chance to repay that kindness. Olivia looked between us, clearly surprised by this revelation. But the case, I said. The ruling, was it fair? Absolutely. Judge Anderson assured me. James Carter broke the law repeatedly. The evidence against him is overwhelming. My personal knowledge of you and your husband only confirmed what the facts already showed, that you are the wronged party here, and justice demanded I rule accordingly. He glanced toward the door where Eleanor had exited. Seeing her today, after so many years, it brought everything back. How close I came to giving up. How one act of kindness changed the course of my life. I don't understand, I said gently. What does Eleanor have to do with this? A shadow crossed his face. After you helped me with the Harland case, I gained the confidence to pursue my career seriously. Eleanor and I were engaged, but she wanted me to join her father's corporate firm. I chose public service instead, became a prosecutor, then a judge. She couldn't accept that choice, and we parted ways. I'm sorry, I said, meaning it. He shook his head. Don't be. I made the right decision, though seeing her today, he straightened, professional once more. In any case, Mrs. Smith, you should know that James Carter won't trouble you again. The charges against him are serious, and with his history, he's facing substantial prison time. As Olivia and I left the courthouse, I felt lighter than I had in months. James could no longer threaten us. Emily and her baby were safe. The house that had been our home for decades would remain so. Emily was waiting anxiously in the car. When she saw my face, she burst into tears of relief. It's over, she asked as I slid into the passenger seat. It's over, I confirmed, taking her hand. James is being charged. He can't come near us again. She leaned her head against the steering wheel, her shoulders shaking with emotion. I rubbed her back gently, giving her time to process everything. What happens now? She finally asked, wiping her eyes. Now we go home, I said simply, and we start building the future. That evening, as Emily rested upstairs, I received an unexpected phone call. It was Judge Anderson. Mrs. Smith, I hope I'm not disturbing you, he began formally. Not at all, Judge, and please, call me Linda. Linda, then, and I'm Marcus, at least outside the courtroom. He paused, then continued. I wanted to let you know that Eleanor, Ms. Winters, asked about you after the hearing. She remembered you as well, from those days at the courthouse. She did. I was surprised. I barely remembered her. Just a glimpse of an elegant young woman who sometimes picked Marcus up after work. Yes, she suggested, well, she thought perhaps you might be interested in joining us for dinner sometime, to talk about old times. The invitation caught me off guard. That's very kind, but I wouldn't want to intrude on your reunion. It's not an intrusion, he assured me. In fact, Eleanor specifically mentioned wanting to thank you. It seems I told her, years ago, about the secretary who saved my career. She says she was jealous then, but now she understands what a pivotal moment that was. I found myself smiling. Then I'd be delighted to join you both. After we hung up, I sat in William's chair, thinking about the strange circles life sometimes travels. How a small kindness offered 30 years ago had returned when I needed it most. How William's foresight had protected Emily and me long after he was gone. You were right, William, I whispered to the empty room. Everything does come full circle eventually. Over the following weeks, our lives settled into a new pattern. Emily's pregnancy progressed smoothly. She enrolled in online courses to renew her teaching certification, determined to restart her career once the baby was born. The dinner with Marcus and Eleanor proved surprisingly enjoyable. Eleanor, now a retired corporate attorney, was warm and forthright about her past mistakes. I was young and ambitious in all the wrong ways, she admitted over dessert. I couldn't see the value in Marcus's public service because I was too focused on status and money. And now, I asked gently. She smiled, glancing at Marcus. Now I know better. We've both lived full lives, made our choices. But it's nice to reconnect and see that some things, the important things, haven't changed. I understood what she meant. Despite all that had happened, despite James's betrayal and Emily's temporary estrangement, the core of who we were remained intact. Changed, perhaps. Stronger, definitely, but still essentially ourselves. As Emily's due date approached, I found myself thinking more and more about what would come next. The house that James had tried to take from me now felt too large for just Emily, her baby, and me. And the wealth William had left. It seemed wrong somehow to keep it all to ourselves when so many others faced situations similar to what we had endured. One morning, as Emily and I shared breakfast, I broached the subject that had been growing in my mind. I've been thinking about making some changes, I began cautiously. Emily looked up from her prenatal vitamins. What kind of changes? This house has served us well, but it's more space than we need. And there are other women out there, older women like me, who are being pushed aside, made to feel like burdens by the very people who should protect them. Emily nodded slowly, understanding dawning in her eyes. What are you thinking? Mom, I want to use part of your father's legacy to establish a foundation, a place where women who have been abandoned or abused in their later years can find refuge, support, and dignity. That's a beautiful idea, Emily said softly. Dad would be so proud. I thought we could call it the Second Porch Foundation, I continued, warming to the subject. Because every woman deserves another place to sit, to breathe, and to belong when her first porch has been taken away. Emily reached across the table to squeeze my hand, her eyes bright with tears. I love it, and I want to help. Over the next month, with Olivia's guidance, we set the foundation in motion. We purchased a large Victorian house on the edge of town and began renovations to turn it into a residence for women in need. The work gave purpose to our days, a focus beyond our own troubles. I found myself energized in a way I hadn't been since William's death. Each decision, from the color of the walls to the arrangement of the garden, felt meaningful, part of creating something lasting and good. Emily threw herself into the project too, designing a children's playroom for visiting grandchildren and creating a library filled with resources on legal rights, financial literacy, and emotional healing. The first residents arrived 2 weeks before Emily's due date. 3 women whose stories echoed aspects of my own. Margaret, whose son had sold her home without permission while she was hospitalized. Dorothy, whose husband of 40 years had left her for a younger woman, freezing their joint accounts. And Sophia, who had fled an abusive relationship with nothing but the clothes on her back. Watching them begin to heal, to find their voices again, was like witnessing small miracles daily. They formed a tight-knit community, supporting each other through tears and laughter, sharing skills and stories. Margaret, a former accountant, helped Dorothy untangle her financial situation. Dorothy, an avid gardener, showed Sophia how to nurture the flowers in our backyard. Sophia, who had been a teacher like Emily, tutored Margaret's grandson when he visited. As for me, I found a new identity beyond widow or victim. I became a mentor, an advocate, a force for change in our community. The local newspaper ran a story about the foundation, bringing attention to the often invisible plight of older women facing abuse and abandonment. Letters began to pour in from around the country, women sharing similar experiences, asking for help or offering support. Each one reinforced what I already knew: what had happened to me wasn't unique or rare. It was a silent epidemic, hidden behind closed doors and social expectations that older women should acquiesce, should sacrifice, should fade quietly away. "We need to expand," I told Olivia during one of our regular meetings. "There are so many women who need this." She smiled, unsurprised. William would say the same thing. He always believed in using resources to create meaningful change. "He never told me about his philanthropy," I mused. "Another secret he kept." "Not a secret," Olivia corrected gently. "Just another way he tried to protect you from worrying. He funded scholarships, small business grants, community programs, always anonymously, always with the stipulation that the money go to those who truly needed it." A warmth spread through me at this new glimpse of the man I had loved for so many years. "Then we'll continue that legacy," I decided. "Expand the foundation, create more second porch homes, help as many women as we can." On a bright June morning, as I was reviewing plans for our second location, Emily's water broke. The rush to the hospital, the hours of labor, the anxious waiting, all of it passed in a blur of emotion and anticipation. When the nurse finally placed my granddaughter in my arms, I felt the circle of life complete itself once more. Willow Smith, 7 pounds, 3 ounces, with her grandfather's determined chin and her mother's curious eyes. "Hello, little one," I whispered, touching her perfect tiny fingers. "You have quite a story to inherit." Emily watched us from her hospital bed, exhausted but radiant. "What do you think Dad would say if he could see her?" I smiled, knowing the answer with absolute certainty. He'd say she's perfect, and that he's been watching over her, over all of us, all along. In the days that followed, our home filled with the sounds of new life, Willow's cries and coos, Emily's lullabies, the gentle rhythm of rocking chairs and midnight feedings. The 3 of us settled into a new normal, 3 generations of Smith women supporting each other through this latest transition. 5 years passed in what felt like the blink of an eye. The garden in Riverton was alive with color. My granddaughter Willow, now 4 years old, ran barefoot across the grass, chasing butterflies, her laughter echoing through the yard. Emily stood at the porch steps, her hands dusted with flour from preparing Sunday lunch. She had rebuilt her life, returning to teaching and finding joy in both her classroom and her role as a mother. The Second Porch Foundation had grown beyond my wildest dreams. 3 homes now operated across the state, with plans for a fourth underway. Dozens of women had found safety and dignity within their walls. Some stayed briefly until they could secure their independence. Others became permanent residents, contributing to the community we had built together. That afternoon, an envelope arrived addressed to me. It was an invitation to the dedication of our newest second porch home. Dozens more women would soon find safety and dignity within its walls. Later that week, Judge Marcus Anderson visited with Eleanor, who had become a dear friend and volunteer at the foundation. He smiled warmly and said, "Linda, your work has inspired us all. The Retired Judges Association wants to honor you for what you've built." As Willow climbed into my lap holding a yellow flower, I realized how far we had come. Pain had been turned into legacy, and love had survived its hardest test. Looking back, I see now that true strength was never in shouting or fighting louder. It was in standing calmly with the truth in my hands, refusing to be erased. William's letter had told me to use power not to hurt, but to teach. And that is what I tried to do. Emily learned that respect cannot be forced, and I learned that dignity is something we must protect for ourselves. If my story reminds you of your own, know this: you are not powerless. Even in the darkest moments, there is always a way to reclaim your voice, your place, and your worth. Sometimes life circles back with unexpected kindness, the way Judge Anderson remembered me after decades. Sometimes the victory is simply refusing to be pushed aside. James served 3 years for his crimes. Upon his release, he left the state as required and never contacted us again. I heard he remarried eventually, and I truly hope he found the peace and purpose that had eluded him before. Revenge was never my goal, only justice and protection for those I loved. As for me, I discovered that there is a difference between getting older and growing old. The first is inevitable, the second is a choice. I chose to grow, to learn, to build something that would outlast me. William would have wanted that, a legacy not just of material wealth, but of positive change in the world. Every morning, I still rise at 6 a.m., I still brew my coffee in that chipped blue mug. I still tend to William's violets on the windowsill. But now, I do these things not out of lonely habit, but as reminders of the journey that brought me here, to this place of purpose, fulfillment, and deep, abiding joy. If you found meaning in my story, I invite you to share it. Leave a comment and let me know where you're watching from. Together, we can keep these lessons alive, reminding the world that dignity never expires, that we are never too old to stand up for ourselves, and that the most beautiful chapters of our lives may be the ones we haven't written yet. What would you have done in my situation? Have you ever had to reclaim your dignity from someone who tried to take it? I'd love to hear your stories in the comments below.